complicated. I might need a refresher here before we... Now, we're going to be going from left to right as I see
it. All right. So, welcome to Artcasters 7 Chat Weekly. I'm just going to go left to right as I see everybody. So first we have Daniel Burke, who has his mic off, so he may just be watching us ramble on. But I guess we'll go to Eryck. Hello, Eryck.
Hey, how you doing?
What's your website, Eryck?
Doing well. Just give us a brief introduction to yourself for anybody catching you for the first time.
Hi, my name's Eryck Webb, and I run Eryck Webb Graphics, and that's about it. I do comic art, character art, global design.
Comics and commissions and a whole lot of art. And then we have Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy.
Hey, guys. Jeremy Burley. My website's optichouse.com. I'll type that in the chat in a second. I am a comic writer, artist. I've got one graphic novel. It's a psychological thriller called Eye of the Gods. And I am currently drawing a page from my new series, Morningstar, which is Lucifer's Fall from Heaven told as a Western.
Cool.
Cool. We have lots of people actually working while we chat. And we have Jeff.
Hey, I'm Jeff Lafferty. I do Artcast. My website's jefflafferty.net.
Tonight we have Jim Lujan. Happy to have you here, man.
Thank you. I'm Jim Lujan, and I do animated films, and I use really cheap liquor store pens that you saw.
And you're at jimlujan.com?
Yes, jimlujan.com.
Yes. And we also have John. Hey, John.
Heyo, I'm John Grzeski. I go by Zombirai online. I am the writer and artist of Everyday Abnormal. It's at everydayabnormal.thecomicseries.com. And, yeah, I do stuff. I don't know. I didn't have time to come up with anything funny. I'm sorry.
That's fine. It'll make up for it later. And we have Kenny King. Welcome to the chat, Kenny.
Hey, Peter. My website is midnighthorizoncomics.com. I'm a writer / artist. Done a lot of horror anthologies over the years. Currently working on my Slayer comic, something that I created when I was a kid, and it was what I kind of broke into when I first got into self-publishing, and I made a lot of mistakes, so I'm going back, redoing it all over again, doing it right this time.
Awesome, man. Great to have you here. And we also have Farrell. Hey, man. How's it going?
Pretty good. Yeah, my name's Farrell. I draw stuff, and sometimes people buy it. My website is farrellbolding.com, and the project that I'm currently working on is a blaxploitation rockabilly fighting anime style comic called Black Fist.
Ooh.
It's really special.
Hit everything.
And that's what you see on the screen here.
Oh, cool.
There he goes. And I am, of course, Peter Palmiotti, your humble host of this Artcasters chat, and I make comics and art and podcasts and chats. And you can find me at Peter Palmiotti everywhere. Okay. So, Jeff, do you have any topics in mind? Any group issues we want to talk about, address off the bat?
Group issues. Well, No, I mean we were looking for an administrators for the group, but I think we pretty much got that solved for the moment. So
Okay, cool.
everything seems to be going well there, don't you think? We're getting kind of
Yeah.
spam there for a while, but it seems to be straightening itself out. So
Yeah, the only thing I would say is like for anybody who posts like 2 things in a row, not space it out. That's
what
the only thing.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping to kind of get rid of the guys who are like, throwing like 5, 6 just line of their half their portfolio and stuff, and not get rid of them, but just kind of, slow them down a little bit.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
You didn't do that, did you, Eric? You posted a couple things when you first got in there, but that was totally cool. That's the thing, like, once you start talking about this, everybody starts thinking, oh, it's me, you know what I mean? And then it's like, most of you guys, it ain't you, so.
I'd like to see more. I feel like people aren't posting enough of their work. I know there's like a bunch of people who haven't posted their stuff. I'd like to see more.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I usually ask if anybody has any challenges this past week with their work, with just dealing with customers, whatever. I'll open it to the group. Jump in anytime.
I have a question. I'm curious how many guys are hitting the convention circuit on a regular basis versus, working at home on commissions or working on long-form projects that kind of require you to keep your head down. And just to frame the question, usually I started self-publishing about 4 or 5 years ago, and I've mostly just done 3 or 4 shows a year, and only one of those was a show I had to fly to. So usually just staying close to home, driving, doing local shows. This year I have started doing a bunch of shows in different cities, and I'm trying to do basically about a show a month. And I've definitely reached a lot more people, kind of found a larger audience, gotten in touch with people in different. I'm on the West Coast, so got a chance to hit up some cities in the Midwest. Went to Wizard World New Orleans, so I hit the South, a few other different places. But point is that I'm pleased with the results in terms of outreach, but I have, one, fallen a lot further behind on both my comics work and on doing standalone illustrations. And 2 is just the fact that while more shows means I'm making more sales, it hasn't gotten to the point where I can, where I'm making, leave your day job money, which, most of us are that some people are able to do the full-time commissions and, and make a go of it. I'm still at the point where I'm holding down a day job, and it's sort of between the day job, between doing conventions, between just trying to get enough rest and be healthy, it's something's got to give.
Yeah. Hey, can I ask you, what are you selling at all these cons? Are you just selling, pages, or do you got products that you're taking with you, or what?
I'm selling a graphic novel, 3 issues of the current series I'm working on, and then I'm selling 11 by 17 art prints, and the art prints have become increasingly a larger and larger part of my business, to the point where it's almost it's probably it's about 60-40 in favor of comics, but it's close. And sometimes there's shows where the art prints really do sell really well, sell better than the comics. And also, this is the first year now hitting different cities that I've been selling originals. And, I'll usually do a commission here and there at the show, but this is the first year where I've actually had pre-drawn originals that I just carry with me, either originals of pieces that I made art prints from, or just some convention sketches, some commissions that I did to kind of get the ball rolling at shows, like some convention sketches that I didn't sell at that show, but just carry them around me to a few other shows, and people are like, oh, I want that piece. And personally, even though I do enjoy drawing at a convention, I feel like I can do much better work if I do something at home, even if it isn't for a specific person, and then bring it to a show and someone just says, oh, I like this character, I like this and that. And also, to qualify it a little bit, I usually only do other people's characters or like Doctor Who or Star Wars stuff as standalone pieces. I don't usually sell prints of things that I don't own. So, and I know there's a lot of other people who make a good living doing that, and I'm like, if you can make the money, get it. But I'm also found that there's people that are willing, not a large audience, but there's people that are willing to buy prints of my work that aren't based on an existing property. It's just something that I made up, and I figure if I can nurture people that are into what I'm making just because I made it or the aesthetic that I have, then I feel like I should try and grow that audience as opposed to having my work tied to whatever is popular at the moment. So it's like I'm trying to build an audience of my own work, and it's growing gradually, but still not to the point where it's profitable. The conventions are still staying break even to me, and they're break even because even though I'm making more money at shows than I used to, I'm traveling more and I'm spending more on the travel. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, you probably got to make quite a bit when you fly to a show.
Oh yeah.
To, like break even compared to just driving to one. So.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I can't really speak to it that much. I only do like the Denver Comic Con.
Mm-hmm.
I do well there, but it's like close to my house, and I also sell like a ton of stuff that's fan art licensed stuff. So that's helps me out, I think. So, anybody else?
I have been doing Emerald City Comic Con for the last few years in Artist Alley, and my original plan moving out to the West Coast myself was, I'll be in the Pacific Northwest. There's a ton of great conventions. I'll be able to do more of them, and that pretty much all completely fell through. Like monetarily, I crashed so hard at Emerald City this year that I haven't been able to afford to go to another convention. So all those plans are kind of on hold for another year. But
what do you mean crash so hard?
I lost probably about $1,000.
Oh Lord! Did you get a booth or something?
Yeah, I had an Artist Alley table, and I split it with another artist friend of mine, and we got him up here, and was really feeling good about it, and then just position where I was on the con floor, and not being able to attract enough attention, I just completely lost my ass, which I'm not. That's an accepted part of it, but I just can't really afford to keep doing that. So next year, once I've got some money and hopefully we'll have enough saved up, and kind of shift gears and start doing a whole bunch of smaller shows, because there's a lot up in this part of the country that are well attended and have passionate fans that aren't going to cost me an arm and a leg just to get seen.
Yeah.
At least that's the plan right now.
Yeah. I have the same luck at the big shows. I most time lose pretty hard. I do a lot of smaller shows though, and I don't have any money tied up in it, so most of them I make a profit there because the tables are cheap, free. But any of the big shows, you always lose. I think a lot of it is I'm not as well known. You got big time artists there you got to compete with, so that hurts a lot.
Yeah, that's kind of been my experience with the big shows. The most successful show that I did was I managed to get out to Spokane Comic Con last year, and that did really, really well for me. Like the same level of anonymity as I had at Emerald City, of course, but it's a lot. I'm not competing with nearly as many people. There's not celebrity booths that people want to pick stuff up at.
Yeah.
People are going. They want to meet people. They want to find new things at a smaller convention. So I had a lot of success there. I almost paid off my fuel and some of my printing costs. So
Cool.
that made me very happy.
Yeah. Me myself, it's kind of like you learn that trying to do big conventions is probably a bad idea. You're going to lose money.
Yeah.
When you're basically quote unquote a ham and egger and you're not one of the big names, if you do the bigger conventions, you're going to end up with a loss. You're never going to break even at something like Emerald City. Like I live in Portland, and I've lived in Portland for like 5, 6 years now, and I won't even try to touch an Emerald City. It's not even worth it. I know I'm just getting up losing money.
Well, and see, that's a lesson that I'm learning. Although I was hoping that I would get close, because I mean, a certain amount of it is worth it because I'm going to the best con, out in this part of the country. So I mean, I get to see a bunch of that as a fan, and so that's worth quite a bit to me. But no, I thought I would be at least getting a little more than I would in previous years, and that has not panned out. So changing gears, changing tactics.
Like I only do one even remotely major convention a year, and that's Rose City Comic Con. Other than that, I pepper myself here and there. I do free comic book days. I'm thinking about jumping back into doing like the Zine Symposium here in Portland, stuff like that, because there are so many venues, like you said, in the Pacific Northwest where you can kind of show your wares, if you will.
Yeah.
But it's just trying to be smart. Like I have a lot of friends who basically lose their hat and they go to like every freaking convention in the Pacific Northwest and they are just always in a loss scholar. And that can't be very healthy for the pocketbook, always being in a loss scholar.
Yeah, I don't even know how you afford that. That's a lot of money.
Especially because they're living as artists. Like they don't have day jobs or anything. Like they're living as an artist and living and dying on commissions. And they funnel it right back in. But I guess if you're doing what you want to do and you're living your life, go for it.
Well, if you were, just going to maybe like just getting artist alley tables and stuff, and you had some stuff to sell. I mean, I've never went to a con and lost money, you know what I mean? But I always bring stuff to sell. I bring originals to sell, stuff like that, But I also I've never got a booth. I've never dropped like $1,200 on a booth somewhere. So.
Yeah. Because how much is Emerald City tables?
Hey Jim, didn't you go to San Diego?
Yeah, I was lucky enough to get invited. I had a friend that had a booth, and it was perfect. It was right in what they call Animation Alley. And he actually ended up going to Africa during Comic-Con. He didn't go to Comic-Con, but he paid everything and he made all the arrangements. So I ran the booth for him. And, oh my God, I got sick the second day of Comic-Con. That was a lot of fun, but that's another story. But I broke my streak because I never got sick at Comic-Con, and there I got sick that time. But you know what I was going to say is, I mean, I've bombed at big shows and I've bombed at little shows and pretty much all shows. My stuff never sells at conventions because I don't do a lot of print stuff. But what I was going to ask is to you guys, when you have an unsuccessful show, what usually hurts more? The financial side of it, like, oh man, I just spent so-and-so and I didn't make my money back, or like me, even when I didn't spend a penny, is it the ego side of it? That one took a beating for me.
For me, it's the financial. Like, honestly, I can go to sleep at night and feel pretty damn good about myself. So, somebody not buying my stuff doesn't hurt my feelings. I understand that as a creator, when you make stuff, certain people are going to like it, certain people aren't going to like it. And you have to be okay with that. Sometimes you go to a convention and you realize that most of the crowd doesn't like what you do. And, it's a living and learning experience as far as I'm concerned. Like, I look at it more like, man, I just want to break even. If I can get the table costs back for any convention I'm at, I feel like that's a win.
Yeah, I'm pretty much in the same spot. I'm in a spot where I completely accept somebody not liking the work or not being that interested in the work. But if you put so much money into actually getting the stuff printed and then spend the money for the actual table and then spend money for displays and then you have to have enough money so that you can pre-register for next year because those tables are going to go fast.
Exactly.
Yeah, that adds up fast and it adds up hard and I'm already broke as it is. So by the end of that, it was like I'm tallying up how much it was like, oh wow, I put a lot of money into oh my god. There goes my rent.
I could see that. Yeah. I could see that hurting though, because I definitely have like the secret fear that everything's gonna stop selling at some point, and that's just like, oh, that would just be a drag. Put your stuff up and it just doesn't sell, Then it's like, ugh. But then too, like when you go to Comic-Con, you got like movies or DVDs. I don't know what you had, and it just might not be the crowd,
Yeah.
You probably could make a more of a, money, like, I don't know, almost. I've been to like, here in Boulder and stuff, weird theaters and stuff. They have like animation. We used to always have like an animation festival here, and there'd be guys selling their videotapes back in the day and stuff like that. And
On one hand, it's an ego thing. On the other hand, I realize it's not. It's the market that's there, the crowd that's there. They're there to buy, more illustrated or print stuff usually. Because if I do an animation show, I do okay, or I do well if I do my own. That's why I started doing my own shows. But no matter what, even if you have a mindset, like when I go in there and I tell myself, well, it's just not, it's like if I was selling flip-flops here at Comic-Con, they might not sell.
Right.
And even if you have that mindset, but when at the end of the 5th day, and you're going, wow, damn, I didn't sell, it's still, a punch in the stomach, but you just got to, keep going forward, I guess. It sucks.
Especially, just thinking that, like, walking up to a table with a bunch of DVDs that I don't know what are, you know what I mean? Did you even have, like, kind of like maybe a laptop open just showing the animation or something? Or
You know what? I've done Comic-Con where I've had, twice I had a full monitor. In this last one, we had a full monitor.
Yeah.
It's just like, I think the reality is, unless you're doing something that's kind of known,
Right.
like a SpongeBob or something like that, then they're going to buy it. Because you get a trickle of sales. But it's just you're trying to sell jazz music at a country fair. That's kind of like. But it's not going to make me quit, but at the same time, it is like a punch in the gut. You just got to have a strong gut.
Yeah.
I'm curious, like, for all of you who do conventions, you could sort of set up your audience ahead of time. Like, if you have people that are going to be at the show that are your customers, potential buyers, that you got to put out the word, even if it means directly addressing them. I know a lot of people don't. A lot of people just, like, oh, okay, I'll go to this convention and I'll make a lot of money. I'll just post it on my page during the weekend, of the convention. But, it's more to, like, really promote it on your page, whatever sites you have going on, as well as doing podcasts and really getting the word out to as big an audience as you possibly can before you even get to the show. Like, have guaranteed sales kind of thing.
I touch base with my regular people who buy stuff from me on a regular basis. Like, I've been fortunate enough to build up a little bit of a minor fan base that picks up my stuff when I'm doing stuff around town, and those people come out in full force for me. But for the most part, I think any convention is a crapshoot, because you can't expect the same audience to always come grab stuff from you. So you have to just crapshoot. You have to be willing to. You have to have a good sales pitch. You have to be inviting enough. Your table has to be inviting enough to grab people's attention. Like, a lot of fans that I've built up from doing cons are people who came to my table for the first time, and we just start talking and shooting the shit, and I draw them something, or they buy a couple of books from me, and I see them everywhere I go after that. I see them at every convention I go to. So it's like that first contact also. Like, you can trumpet the horns as much as you want, but you got to be willing to just be real with people and touch base with people when they come up to you, I think.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And like, I tell you, I don't sketch anymore at cons, but I used to do that. That was my whole thing of making money at cons back, like, in the day. I'd go there and I'd just do sketches, like, the whole time. It's always, you're kind of, like, torn because, you got your head down drawing compared to selling your books or whatever. It definitely takes away from both sides. But, like, the last one, me and my wife were at, so I could sketch if I would have wanted to. And that definitely brings in the money,
Yeah.
You're willing to draw.
Yeah.
Do you do that, Jeremy?
Well, I do. Usually what I do is, even if I don't have a commission already scheduled, I will just pick a character, and a character that I know a lot of people cosplay as, and I'll just start doing a sketch of them, because some people will stop by just because they see an artist drawing.
Absolutely.
And once they stop by, I just engage them in chit chat, and I don't even try to tell them, oh, hey, this piece is for sale if you want. Like, if they ask about it, I'll say, no, this isn't a sketch for somebody. It's just one that I'm getting started. It says, it's there if you want it. But I tell them, hey, if you want to buy a print, if you want to buy a commission, or if you have a character you want me to do, let me know. But I definitely look at it more as a conversation starter, because, like Pharaoh was saying, I definitely go into it with the attitude of, let me meet somebody who's going by and start a conversation with them.
That's exactly what I do.
Yeah, and through the conversation, they'll definitely, if they're interested in talking to me, at some point they'll ask. And if they seem like they're just going to browse and move on, I'll give them my quick elevator pitch and just say, but please feel free to look around, and if you have any more questions, let me know. But actually what I like to do is I like to get my sales pitch out of the way as soon as they come to my table, and then I just try and talk to them. And talk, like, not like trying to game them, but just, what are you into? What have you been enjoying at the show? Who are your favorite characters? What movies you've been watching? Like, just general fan chit-chat that we would have with anybody else. And what's really fun about that is that, obviously there are a lot of people that go to conventions that are also either art students or they're artists themselves. They just don't necessarily happen to be tabling at that show. And I feel like I have a lot of great experiences where, I literally have this massive jar of business cards I've collected from going across the country. Because if I meet somebody and I want to look at their work, I get their card and I try to, look at least not necessarily somebody new to sell work to, but just somebody who's another creative. Because it's always nice to just, like, honestly, it's like what we're doing right now. Some of you guys I've seen, some of you guys I've met in person, some of you guys I've just seen, have some contact with online, some of you guys I'm seeing for the first time. But anytime you meet other creatives, I'm just, like, interested in talking about, like, we're talking about the business side. We'll also, I'm sure we would talk about process and tools. And it's like, that's the artistic community,
Yeah. And that's one of the best. Oh, sorry, go ahead, John.
I was just going to say that's another reason that I'm kind of considering not re-upping my table for Emerald City, is because that's one of my favorite things, is just talking shop with people. And not really as many opportunities when you're behind a table at that particular convention.
Yeah, that convention's a madhouse.
Yeah.
It's gotten to the point where it's kind of like San Diego almost. It's insane.
Wow. I was going to tell you, Jeremy, there's like a really good resource that I found online about, going to cons and selling at cons. There's these two guys that have a YouTube channel called Booth Bastards.
Uh-huh.
You heard of them guys at all?
I heard it. I heard of them because I think I listened to one of the other Artcasters that you were doing with Peter, and you guys were talking about them, and I went and watched a couple of the videos, and they're extremely informative. So thank you guys for turning me on to that.
Yeah, I think I can't remember who brought it up, but those guys, I've just drank that. Yeah, it was Scott actually. There's just tons of info there, and I know that they both do it for a living.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the one guy, he was talking about how many shows he had. I don't think he was saying more than like 20 shows. So to me, like you hit 20 shows, that's like amazing.
20 shows a year?
Isn't that what you were saying?
Where did that money come from to do 20 shows a year?
Well, I think the guy who does Steam Crow, even though he travels for a lot of shows, there's also a lot of shows in the Southwest, and I think that's the area where he's from.
Right.
And I know I've seen him at a bunch of different conventions, not even big ones like San Diego, but even at smaller shows. Just seeing his setup, you never want to go and see somebody doing something and then copy what they're doing.
Yeah.
But his setup is inspiring in the sense of this is a person who has built basically what looks like a professional retail store at a comic convention. And you don't want to copy his look, but it makes you show like how much more ambitious we could be, as opposed to just having some stuff on some stands. And we've all got the roll up banners. I don't know if I'm necessarily ready to step up to investing as much in my space as it looks like he has. But what I'm really trying to do is think of how can I make just a small Artist Alley table, because I've never gone in for a larger booth, but just how to make an Artist Alley table feel like it's a store right there in front of you in the 6 and 8 foot space.
Yeah.
It's really impressive. He has just a great setup in terms of like the signage. Everything is color coordinated. Their banners. It looks beautiful, and it's really inspiring. It shows you like how everyone should be like, oh wow, we can really step up our game.
And he's all about the products too. You know, I've seen like pictures of his stuff and stuff, and I think he even said that he doesn't have time to do his webcomic or whatever started and going to cons, just because he's always making products and shipping and all that kind of stuff. So.
Well, you know, that's another thing that worries me. Not worries me, but
you're gonna get too successful. That's what worries you.
Yes, they say a lot of artists do fear success. I've been thinking about transitioning after I finish the series I'm working on into just doing a lot more art prints and art books.
Yeah. And
I realized that I would love to be my own boss in whatever format possible. But that said, I think I would really miss out if I doing just art prints alone full time. I imagine has got to be between art prints and commissions. That's just still a massive amount of work doing that, and I guess having a day job gives me the comfort to do a little bit of art prints and still do comics. And I think I would definitely miss doing comics altogether if I were just doing art prints. Now, mind you, I would be incredibly fortunate to make a living just doing art prints and selling originals. And I wouldn't sneeze at it. But my next challenge would be, all right, how can I do that and make some more comics? Because that's the thing that's really driving me, like, emotionally. That's what I want to do, is do more comics.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I know where you're coming from. I have the same problem. I always have, like, that comic book idea in the back of my head, and it's just like, you know, I got to paint the next piece. I got to get the next commission out, you know. Don't have time to do it, so it's hard on the creativity sometimes.
There's always a sacrifice. You can't do everything.
That's true. I mean, that's the thing. Anybody who can pay the bills doing their own artwork in any format, it's like that's first world problems. If you can, like, I can't pick what.
I know that is. Yeah.
I guess the reason why it was on my mind is because I've come to this realization that I might be able to move into a much more profitable area if I shifted gears. But I come to that realization as I'm in the middle of the 4th issue of an 8-issue series, and I'm like, I don't want to bail on people that I've already done. You know, I feel like I'm going much slower than I should be with the series I'm doing right now, and it's like there's a contract with the readers that it's okay if it takes me a long time to get an issue out as long as I keep working at it. But if I were to just say, oh, I think I'm going to go and do this other thing now and leave you hanging, even though you've already, like, bought into the first half of this series, that just feels like a dick move to me. Like, I don't want to do that to people who've been kind enough to support me.
You know, I only know you from your YouTube videos. I mean, are you doing, like, a webcomic, or is all this just published comics? And also, are you going through, like, Diamond into the shops, or what?
It's all self-published comics. The first graphic novel I put out, I didn't do it as an individual series. I published it as a graphic novel, and I got like a print run of 1,000 copies myself. And after selling it at conventions for a year, a friend of mine was like, "Dude, you should get this into Diamond. You can move some books." So I submitted it to Diamond, and it didn't do great. I basically made whatever was the lowest order you could do without them canceling the order. But I still felt like, considering the fact that nobody knew who I was, I had no rep in terms of, like, you know, previously published work. I felt like that was still a win that I even got it into Diamond. But also a lot of that was having pre-done stock on hand. I called up a lot of retailers, asked them if they wanted me to ship them physical copies beforehand so they could see the book in their hand before the due date to order in Diamond. You know, so I sent off a lot of physical copies. I think I sent off almost as many free copies of the book to retailers to review as I books that I actually sold. So, but you know, I figured at least I got to make a hard push. And now having done that, I figure maybe I'll go through Diamond with the next series I do. But I'm trying to kind of working more on trying to move more digital copies.
Right.
So.
Oh, okay. So you're going that route.
Well, I've got it on Comixology, I've got it on Kindle, and I've got it on.
How's that working for you? Because I'm always wondering about that whole thing, especially with Kindle.
Not well. I have friends. That's the thing. It's not like it's only like a few copies every couple of months. But at the same time, I have a friend who he's kind of in the same boat, but he consistently moves like 10 or 20 copies a month on Kindle.
Yeah.
So I feel like it can be done, but there's so many different ways to come at it. Like some of the podcasts I listen to that are not about comics, but they're about self-publishing in general, they just are like, you got to get 5 to 10 titles, like 5 to 10 complete books up on Kindle, and then you get that momentum where somebody buys one book and then they start reading. Then if they buy like 5 books by one author, that's the point where they get like, oh, they're starting to get a bunch of reviews, and this person's recommending it to other people. Yeah. And if I got to the point where I could publish a graphic novel a year, then over the course of 5 years I could get to that. But even that, it's the long haul that we all experience. There's no quick routes to. I don't even want to use the word success. There's no quick routes to self-sustaining creativity.
Yeah. How are you gaining fans, though? And I mean, I'm not being a smart aleck here, but without, like, having something on the web, you know what I mean? Because it's like, you know, if you're going to cons, you're getting fans that way. Put it on Amazon, you're getting, like, the random guy that comes by. But where's your core fan base? Like, you know, like a webcomic is there and it builds it. But if you're not publishing it like on the web, I mean, how are you getting that built?
Well, that's I think part of the reason for my slow growth is that my fan base is really scattered. I usually post the first 12 pages of every issue online, and I post them 3 different times actually, because I post them first as a sketchbook. When I do my layouts, I letter my layouts. I letter the blank template and draw my rough layouts into it. So it's like, you know, it's a lettered sketch, and I publish the first 12 pages of that. And then when I get to the point where I'm actually inking it, I'll put the first 12 pages online unlettered. And then when I get to actually lettering, and right before I'm leading up to releasing my print and digital version, I will again post the first 12 completed pages, and I do 24 pages in each issue, so I'm really posting like half the book. But I get people who will follow through just seeing those pages, and I post them on Facebook, Google+, DeviantArt, Pinterest, Instagram, like all the social networks. And also, again, I looked at the drawing videos as a chance to just another way to show people my in-progress, work. So I feel like showing people the in-progress is the thing that would hopefully drive an audience.
Yeah. And I think, I don't remember, but I think your videos are getting pretty good views right now, aren't they? I mean,
it depends. I've got a couple of videos that have like several hundred views.
Yeah.
Most of them average like in the first month they'll get maybe close to 100 views, and then like over time a couple of them will just randomly shoot up. But most of them are under 500.
Yeah. I don't know. It's tough. I mean, it's just comics, man. It's just so far to the payday. So many pages to get there. I don't know if I have any kind of answer. What about John? I mean, he's in comics. Tell him some good advice, John.
I will as soon as I figure out how to make any money at this at all. When I figure that out, then I will have some advice, and it will knock your socks off. It'll be such great advice. But I got nothing, unfortunately.
Well, I will tell you the one other thing I started doing is I started collecting a mailing list. Like, I just have my mailing list at my table, and I don't even push it. I just leave it there with a pen. If people want to sign up, they can. I've got a cute little sign for it. And all my mailing list is it's a collection of my blog. Like, it collects all my blog posts once a week and sends out like a mail. So it has like links to the YouTube videos as I post them, and just links to sketches I do from figure drawing classes and my comic pages in progress. So it's kind of like they get to look over my shoulder and just see how I work and what I'm working on. And I've noticed that there are people who sign up for the mailing list and will show up at conventions that I haven't met before, or people that I've just they'll go from the mailing list to signing up for my Twitter feed, and then I'll have a little bit of contact with them, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, I'm following you online," which I'm flattered by, because I definitely feel like I'm still, not just from the audience building place, but even just from the craft level in terms of writing and drawing, I'm still so much, still in a kind of an infancy phase in terms of formulating my, really developing my skill at it. But I just figure, what it is I'm not afraid to fail and look like an idiot in public. That's, I think, my greatest skill, is I have no shame. I'm totally not afraid to embarrass myself.
It's a good thing. And I agree, the mailing list is awesome. I wish I had started my mailing list 10 years ago. I don't know, if a guy gets on your mailing list and stick with that, I mean, they're like a guy who wants to know what you're doing and wants to buy your stuff, So that thing is gold. But that brought the conversation to a halt.
No, that's true. I didn't. Well, because I don't. I'll talk and talk and talk, and I don't want to monopolize. That's my bad habit. Is I start yakking, and I'm like, let me just shut up and wait, see what somebody else says.
I noticed Jim has a. Oh, go ahead, Peter.
Oh well, Jim's mic is off.
Oh, it says. Well, I noticed that Jim has a Patreon going for his stuff, and he's kind of killing it on there. It's like $100 and something a shot, I think, or something.
I know if I just do a cartoon film every 2 days. It's funny. I have a good kind of guilt now, because now I feel guilty, like I can't put out a 2-minute cartoon and say, oh, here's my cartoon film. I feel like now I have to do like a 5-minute epic. So, but that's okay though. It makes the decision easier for me, because that's one thing, man. I'm telling you, the thought in the battle that goes on in my brain, man. If you could only hear it, I see what sells. I've worked with guys who work with Adult Swim, so I know like the hipster animation, all of that stuff sells, and it's big. I mean, if you look at, I did a thing for that channel Rugburn, and it was run by Titmouse and 6 Point Harness, and they do a majority of the Adult Swim shows. So, but their audience was super, super hipster. It was very, they were hipster. I mean, that's hipster central, and the good thing is some hipsters like my stuff, and some just like dismiss it. They don't even, their attention span does not. But that's okay, because I'm like that with other stuff. But I look at their numbers. Like the other day, I was looking at, and you're not supposed to compare yourself to anybody else, but I was looking at this animation out there, and if you haven't seen it, you might write me an angry letter if I tell you go check it out, because I really enjoy it. But it's called Sick Animation, and if you Google Sick Animation, and it's really crudely drawn, but it's super hipster too, but I'm a huge fan of it. It crosses the hipster wall and goes over to my sense of humor area. I don't know why. It's just really, it's stupid and it's sick and it's really crude, but it's funny. I like it. But I look at that guy's hits, and man, that guy, he's getting, 600,000 hits, 40,000 hits, 1 million hits here, And I look at my stuff, and I'm like high-fiving myself, like, yeah, 600 hits, And that's just the way it is now. Things can change, but I start questioning. I start going, should I do a short or should I do a longer, cartoon? And ultimately, I end up coming right back around to the right answer, which is, well, what do you feel? Like, do what you feel, what you believe in, what you know. But
Yeah.
it's a huge battle, and the Patreon, man, you talk about a battle. Patreon, I was the last person that thought I was going to ever do a Patreon. But I know a guy named Keith Knight, the cartoonist, Keith Knight. And kind of, I won't say he talked me into it, but he convinced me because, for one, he's getting like $1,300 a month or something, $1,400 now.
Wow.
He's getting one of my dollars, by the way. But he just told me, he said, don't feel guilty because basically what it's there for, it's the people that are going to support you anyways. I mean, they're not doing it for the premiums. They're doing it because they just want to support you. And he said, put that shoe on your foot. Think of an artist that you see out there and you're like, you know what, I'd give that guy $1, $2 a month or whatever just to support him. And I thought about it, I'm like, yeah, because I wouldn't want anything back necessarily from that person. So, and then I also heard, what's the guy's name? Jack Conte, the guy that, the co-founder.
The guy started it.
Yeah, and Keith put me on the fence. Keith pushed me like, I was like this on the fence, and Jack came over and he went, and blew me right over, because he said, one of his speeches, he goes, I can't tell you how good it feels when you go to your Patreon page and you are uploading something for your patrons. That's like those people are there because they are interested. And he's right, yeah, because I've been uploading these drawing videos, just like Jeremy's doing, right there. Yeah, and I had never done a drawing video really before. I've done live art a lot of times, but I'm having a lot of fun doing these drawing videos, and what I do is I put them on Patreon like a week or 2 weeks before I put them on YouTube. So that feels good. That feels really good. But yeah, it does. I mean, oh my God, for anybody that started a Patreon and they're not doing well right now, if my friend Lonnie or if Keith hears this, they're gonna laugh to themselves because I was the guy on the ledge. I was like the second day I had Patreon, I had one person. And I remember calling my friend Lonnie saying, hey, man, I think I'm probably going to just shut it down. He's all, no, you got to stick with it. And Keith told me, he said, it's long-term. Don't think of it short-term. It's long-term, and you got to keep promoting it. You got to keep it out there because people are going to hear about it that hadn't heard about it before.
Yeah.
But I'm only doing it because I do my films for free anyways. It's not changing anything. And if somebody does want to support, then they can. But it's not like I'm not saving up for a kidney transplant or anything. Although, if I make 500 films in a month, I'll probably get half a kidney. So.
Well, you never know what's going to happen once it keeps building. And you're right. It's like, not everybody wants to buy something off you. Some people just want to, support you. They just don't need anything. So Patreon's perfect for those people.
If you could send some of those people my way, that would be awesome.
Talk about an ego blow. I mean, it was... I went days with having one patron. Keith was my patron, and that's because I was his patron. And I went days and days with nobody, zero, not even mama, and then one day I remember it was a Saturday. I went and looked at it again and was like, oh, I got 4 patrons. And then that same day, something crazy happened that day. I don't know what. Maybe they thought the world was going to end, but I ended up getting that day. I ended up with 8 patrons, and then slowly, so I'm up to 13 or something like that right now. But yeah, it hasn't moved from there. But I think it's one of those things where it gets you to the point where it's going to break you, and right when you're going to quit, that's probably when somebody's going to sign up and you're going to be like, you're the greatest patron ever. I'll do anything.
That's the thing. Once you get a few patrons, then it's like you can't quit. Because I kind of remember that in the beginning too. I'm like, oh, I only got 2 patrons. Let's just get rid of this thing. But then you feel bad about it. Like, oh, I can't cut those guys off. They want to be on there, Now you're just stuck, dude. You got to ride this thing out to the bitter end.
Yeah, just invite them over for dinner. So. That was the other thing too. I wasn't sure if I was going to do per month or per film, and the way I justified it in my head was, well, I'll do it per film because then I feel like I'm giving a product for their contribution and not just sitting back, you know. Like if I went 2 months without doing a film, I'd be collecting, you know, their. And that was my little internal my mental battle that went on. But yeah, I never had a tip jar or anything, and like I said, I mean, I have a really good friend, and Jeremy knows him. I won't say his name, but it rhymes with Ravier. And he's always really honest with me. He's always tells me really the good, the bad, the ugly. Like he doesn't sugarcoat stuff, and I like that. I like that he does that because he always gives. But he's like, I don't know, Jimmy, I couldn't do a patron. Yeah, it just feels weird. He goes, I understand why you're doing it, but it would feel weird. And I go, I don't know, I still feel weird. But when I see like another dollar added, I make it a little bit less weird every time I, you know. But I understand his point because it's like I'd be the worst witness in court for Patreon. I couldn't argue it. It's like hard. I understand where they're coming from. But man, that guy Jack Conte, he's a good salesman. He's a really good salesman. He pushed me over the edge when I saw his video. I was like, okay, this guy's motivated.
He's inspiring.
Yeah.
So you ended up doing it like per, because I had a tough time figuring out that too. Should I do per content or per month? And I almost kind of wish I could have done it per month just because it's, you know, I didn't have my schedule down back then. You know what I mean? And,
right.
I don't know, but if you're doing, are you charging like for like the little drawing videos and stuff?
No. In fact,
just for like finished films.
Right. In fact, I have a couple of for this big project I'm working on. I'm doing a little side thing where I'm going to put these 2-minute vignettes out for those, and I'm gonna put those out for free. I'm not going to charge patrons for that. I told myself the only time I'll charge on the patrons or whatever, if it's like a 5-minute film, like a film, like a little short film, 5 minutes or longer or whatever, or 4 minutes and 55 seconds. But yeah, I wouldn't charge. I'm not charging for the drawing videos. Those are fun. I do them 2 at a time. Not literally. That would be pretty cool if I could do 2 at a time.
2D, 3D.
Do one behind my back. No, but I do, like, I'll draw one and I record it, and then I move that thing aside and I draw another one right afterwards just to get it out of the way. But I wish I had my setup. I don't have it in this room. It's in another room. I have the most ghetto camera setup that a human being could possibly have. I have, it's equivalent to one of those giant 7-Eleven cups, you know, I don't know what it is. And then I stack another cup on top of that. So I got 2 of those, and I balance the camera on top of them like that. So it's right here in front of me, and the camera's like that, and I'm drawing like this. And then I record that, and then I put it at 4 times speed in iMovie, and then I just do a voiceover for it, and that's it. And then I add music to it. That's it. So I wanted a quick method, but it's fun. I've never done those drawing videos, and they're a blast. They're a lot of fun. It reminds me of grammar school when I used to draw for my friends in class.
Right.
When I should have been listening and gotten better grades. Then I wouldn't have to be drawing on the internet like this.
Are you doing or go ahead, Peter.
I was going to say, years ago you did live streams, and I thought that was awesome. You showed like your animation process and stuff.
Yeah.
I always wondered why you didn't do more with the YouTube. Like, you had your movies, which was great, but you didn't like do anything else. You didn't have anything else going on.
That, you know what? And your opinion reflects my numbers on YouTube, because it took me like this year, and YouTube has been really good for me. I've been getting about an average about 5 or so subscribers a week, which doesn't sound like, well, it doesn't sound like a lot, but before I was stuck at 391 for like months. This is like a year and a half ago. I mean, a long time, and I was trying to get to 400, and then when I got to 400, it was a big deal. And then it really took me a lot to push to get to 500, and once I hit 500, 600 came pretty quick, and now I'm getting them regularly now, and I'm realizing I had a friend. His name's Chris Allison, and he does Toonhole comics or Toonhole cartoons. If you go to toonhole.com, there's his plug. But he gave me a really good piece of advice that stuck with me. He said, in the YouTube world, you have to update regularly.
Yeah.
Because that's it. Period. There's no other philosophy. That's it. You have to update regularly, and that will drive your numbers up. And it's the way YouTube is set up. The way that I don't know if the algorithms or whatever works, or the little gnomes that run it, but when you update regularly, it's like you get in the flow. I guess it's like a river, and all of a sudden you're in with everybody, and people see you and they go, oh yeah, and they subscribe. Because I didn't update. I used to update once every month and a half, every time I did a new film, and now I update once a week, and it makes a difference. It does. So.
And it also makes a difference how many videos you got. I think, like as it builds, that back catalog kind of works for you because people click back through and stuff. I've noticed that just having more videos seems to get me more hits.
Yeah, and sex tapes. Those are good too.
Yeah, man.
Right, Jeremy?
That's what I've been doing wrong.
We all need to strip off our clothes right now. Get some viewers.
Probably lose viewers.
Yeah, there's a reason that I've actually got my art on screen as opposed to me, because that would be a bad thing. No one needs to see this guy shirtless.
Eros Comics.
I've always wondered though, because when I watch your videos, dude, you kind of mentioned Adult Swim and stuff, and it just seems like I've always thought that, even years ago when I was watching them, that they just seem like they were the exact kind of thing that could blow up, that could be like some of these animators you see on YouTube that are making a bundle off their views and stuff. But I don't know, man.
You know what it is? I'm like the tortoise, and the tortoise in the air. It's like I keep going a little bit further, I don't really have anything I can't cry about where I'm at right now too much because I've had really good things happen in this last about year and a half. But it's you know what it is? It's just it's really slow. So it's somebody giving you the best dessert in the world, but they're going here, and it's just barely out of here. You want to just reach out and get it. That's why I said when I look at sick animation or when I look at a lot of the Adult Swim stuff and I look at their hits and stuff, I'm like, damn, it's and then the little that little devil on my shoulder, that dude is he's buffed, man. He's it's a workout because all the time he's yelling in my ear, you should do 25-second videos only because that's what sells. You should do parodies because parodies are what sell. You should have Kim Kardashian in your videos because and the angel on my shoulder, he hasn't even shown up. He's he's in Tijuana. So, but I don't. I'm pretty good about sticking to my guns because when it comes down to, I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but when it comes down to, it's not ethics for me. I'm gonna stick by my guns. It's not that. It's energy. I just don't have the energy to climb outside of myself and do Kim Kardashian parody videos because it's comics are different than it's different than animation. Comics it takes you can sit there and draw something, but with animation it's like a commitment. You got to sit there and go, oh, now I got to draw this a lot of times, and I got to it's like a big. You got to really set aside the time for that. So I don't have the energy for that. However, me saying that, I've said this a lot of times, and Peter, I think I said this on your show. Comics are hard. Comics are so hard that I got jumped out of the gang. They're really hard. For anybody that thinks, they look at me and they go, oh, you do animation, why don't you just do comics? I'm like, I tried. It's hard. It's a different muscle that you use for comics. Because it just, in order to do good comics, it takes a lot of planning and a lot of work. And it's just I thought to myself, And if I'm going to do that effort, then I'm just going to stick with my animation, you know.
You're the only person that I have ever met that would say that animation is easier than comics.
It's different. Comics are focused. Comics are more like, I'm doing this. Animation is good if you have like ADD. Even then, it's it's rough.
Hey Jim, I'm curious. Did you hear about the project? I think it's called Hullabaloo.
Yes.
It's
it got funded.
Disney animators got together,
Right.
started it Indiegogo. It's a steampunk animated
Here's
short or something.
that thing looks really cool. I saw the preview. It looks like real. I wish there was more of that stuff. I wish there were more.
There should really be, yeah.
Because God bless 3D animation. Hullabaloo.
Okay.
Hullabaloo. I'll get the link.
Yeah, it looks really cool. It looks really cool. But God bless 3D animation. But it's just like it's all starting to look the same. It's like you know what they did in the 90s with 2D, how they had a formula, like insert princess here, insert cute little sidekick animal here, cute prince or guide, you know. Well, they're doing that. They've done that with 3D animation now. It's like really, and it looks great. I love how it looks, and it serves a purpose, but there's just so much of it. It's like it's really like it's oversat. And the only thing I don't like about 2D animation is it looks. They all look. The characters look the same, for the most part. They look the same. And there's not as much of an artist touch. I have a really great idea. So if Jeffrey Katzenberg is watching,
he's one of our fans.
On his iPhone 4. A really great idea would be I wish Marvel and Disney would take like some of the classic actual comic books and do 3D animated movies with them. Like, can you imagine Jack Kirby's Captain America? Like, can you imagine that in 3D animated in Kirby's style and all that?
That would be neat.
Some John Byrne X-Men. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know. I wish they would do it in certain, even if it's like one-offs in certain artist style, because they kind of did that with Frank Miller's Batman, right? With the
Dark Knight Returns video.
Yeah, it was sort of. They sorted it, but I'm talking 3D animation. It would look completely killer in that.
You know, have any of you guys seen the Freedom Project from Nissan Noodles?
I don't think so.
No, I'm gonna write that down. What is it?
What it is Katsuhiro Otomo from Akira. He did all the character designs, and it's called the Freedom Project. And what it was is that Nissan Noodles, for whatever it was, probably about I'd say 5 or 6 years ago, they had a big anniversary, and they contracted a company to do just an animated series about a bunch of teenagers living on the moon. And they thought it was kind of like teenagers that were kind of lost and wandering. There's a lot of like vehicle stuff, so it was almost like Akira set on the moon. So they said, "Why not get Otomo to do the character designs?" But what's crazy is that it's done in 3D, and this is before that RenderMan project came out that kind of maps the 3D so it looks like a physical drawing or toon shading. And it's the weirdest thing I've ever seen because you watch them move. The motion of the characters has that mechanical feel that early 2000s 3D animation kind of had, but the drawings they look like Otomo drawings. They're moving in 3D, but they look like two-dimensional Katsuhiro Otomo drawings. It's just a mindfuck when you look at it. It's trippy. I don't own I wanted to buy a DVD of it, but hell, I haven't got around to buying a DVD of Akira yet, so why jump on that? But it's worth looking up. I haven't rewatched it in a while. There might be some clips of it on YouTube somewhere.
Hey, Jeremy, I just typed in the Freedom Project, and it takes me to a page with a U.S. map, and it says, "Find a race."
Nice.
And it says team like John Bonner, Team Bonner. So freedomproject.org is not the one that you guys probably want.
Hang on. I'm gonna do a quick search. I'm gonna see if I can find it and paste a link into the chat. But
I put the link to the if you want to check it out.
Yeah, that Hullabaloo thing looks awesome. I just clicked it.
Well,
Pharaoh had to leave if you didn't notice. So
Pharaoh, come back!
Well, I have proof that we're living in an alternate dimension when it comes to animation. Here's my proof. In about 2006, DreamWorks were in talks with the Gorillas to do a full-length animated film. Jamie Hewlett was going to design it and direct it, and it was going to be a full-length Gorillas, just like the Gorillas, the animated band. It was going to be their style, their world, and everything, like a musical, like an animated full-length feature. And the fact that didn't happen, the fact that movie didn't get greenlighted and didn't happen, that shows that we're living in an alternate. Because can you imagine how much more cool animation we'd have if that was a big hit?
We are living in the worst of all possible worlds now. I didn't think so until just then, but thanks for ruining that for me.
We need to go back, but but we do have Keeping Up with the Kardashians instead, so
Nice.
I did find a link for it. I am posting it now, and you can actually listen to it while the video's on because the audio in that thing is muted because it has some copyrighted music or something. So if you want to take a look at it, but I found a link to that, and then I think we find the Wikipedia entry for it because I found that while I was looking to. Oh wow! I just flipped right past it and looked at it again. I'm like, this. It's just so weird because it's Akira with 3D animation. It's just,
I'm looking at it.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah.
It's a Japanese.
So I invited
cartoon.
Damien to the Hangout.
It's a Japanese cartoon with Spanish subtitle.
yeah.
that I'm listening to on mute. My mind is blown.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm going to press return because I just posted the second link in there, but it's right after the first one, so it looks all weird, jumbled up like that.
How do you improve on that freaking Akira movie though? It was perfect. You can't like just 3D it and make it look better.
It's just magic.
No. It's the remakes.
I actually think we're living in a really good age for movies right now. It's just that it's going through puberty though right now because right now anybody can make a movie, and when that happens, you get the good, the bad, the ugly, and everything in between.
Absolutely, that's a good thing about it though.
It becomes like YouTube.
Yeah.
Every movie should. That's what it should do. Straight to YouTube, man. Free for everybody. It's perfect.
Right now, there's a guy somewhere in England saying that same sentence, and he's pointing to my stuff.
Totally. Everything's funded through Kickstarter.
Can you
notice the comment by
What?
I noticed the comment by Dan Burke on the event page, which was previous when we were talking about Patreon. He said, Jonathan Ricker offers for only $30 an hour of chatting with him. He said it was really fun and a great way for fans to interact with him. Great way to make money talking with Patreon people. So I guess it was a rewards level that he made.
Who did that? Who was that?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
On his Patreon.
I'm charging you guys for talking with me. I don't know if I told you.
Oh man.
What?
Well, everybody in this hangout is charged on my account.
You can't even like take money off of Patreon. How are you going to take money off of us?
Checkmate, sir.
Yeah, I had some problems with my, I don't know, something. I messaged him. Yet again.
Yeah. So what's
But,
oh, go ahead.
oh, well, let's see. Kenny's new here, and Eric's been quiet. What are you guys?
I've just been sitting here. I didn't want to interrupt anyone, but I did have a question for Jim. Talking about getting more hits and stuff. I know a lot of it's the content, but do you think some of those guys are advertising in other places, bringing in people?
You know what it is? And one day, if I'm on this side of the fence, the other side of the fence, I'll be laughing too, like they're laughing at me. But it's like the rich get richer. So in order to get a lot of views, you have to have something that makes a lot of views. So in other words, to get a show on Adult Swim, you kind of have to have an audience. And how do you get an audience? Well, if you have a show on Adult Swim, you'll have an audience. So it's like and it kind of, to get there, you gotta, I don't want to say it's who you know, because that sounds really dirty or really bad, like it's who you know, but you kind of do have to know those circles of people to kind of get seen.
Right.
I'll tell you one thing that'll give you a lot of hope, because it happened to me, and if it happens to me, it can happen to anybody. So, but I got to know the guy who runs Titmouse, and I got to know him through a mutual friend. His friend showed him the cartoon San Giorno Must Die that I did, and his name was Chris Pronowski, the head of Titmouse, and he watched it, and he called me, and he said, I liked it, and let's have a meeting. And I didn't know, I knew he worked for Titmouse, but I didn't know what he did. And I went down there and I met with him just like we're meeting now. We just talked about things we like, and I can vouch that Chris Pronowski from Titmouse is a down-to-earth guy. He's not a snobby hipster at all. I mean, he likes stuff that's cool. He likes stuff that's not cool. And it's just that I think that the public speaks, you know, like what's big right now is kind of hipster humor. So, and there's other stuff too, but it's just, I don't know. Like you said, the guys that are all up there, very few of them are just from the outside completely. So I think a lot of them wrote for TV shows. A lot of them have internet things that are really popular, like the stick figure theater.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's weird. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out myself. The only success plan that I have is just don't quit. Don't quit and don't die. So, and not in that order.
So far, it's working.
So far, yes. Unless you read something in the paper tomorrow. So. But I don't know. I think if I just stick to my guns, I'll be okay. But you know, that's how when I rock myself to sleep at night, that's exactly what I say. So, but
I think it's a good way to look at it. Just keep producing content.
Yeah.
That's a lot of what I do.
Yeah.
You know, what else are you going to do? Just got to get up and draw the next picture or make the next movie or whatever you're doing. Do the next page.
Yeah, people can tell if you're having fun too. You know, if you're faking it or not. They can tell. As long as you do something that I've said this to a lot of people, so if I didn't live this, I'd be a hypocrite. But I said we're all independent artists. So if you're an independent artist and you're not having fun creating your stuff, then you've just shot yourself in both feet, because you're not making a lot of money, and you're not happy. So pick one. You know, it's like, so, you know, have fun. At least have fun creating your stuff and enjoy what you're doing. And then rock yourself to sleep at night. That's all. Hey, Peter. By the way, Peter, I'm about like count down to 6 minutes, and then I got a jet. But I can hang out for about 6 minutes because I got the Johnny Carson show. I got it.
Nice.
I thought Dougie Fresh was on.
Well, do you want to plug your upcoming movie or anything?
Sure. I have a movie with Bill Plimpton that I'm working on called Revengeance. Actually, if you go to, I put the link up there, revengeancemovie.com, and we are completely having fun both on his side and my side. I designed it, I wrote the movie, designed it, and am voicing a lot of it and doing some of the music. So we're having a really good time, and that's in full production right now. He's in New York working on it right now. So.
How did you get hooked up with him, if you don't mind me asking?
Blackmail. No. Through kind of, it's a good example because I never was like, okay, who in Hollywood could I call? Yeah. Through a friend, Ken Mora. His name's Ken Mora. He was working on with Bill Plimpton on. He had funded the documentary, or he was a funder for the documentary on Bill Plimpton called Adventures in Plimptoons. I met, even going back further, I met Ken through my friend Javier. So then Ken knows Bill Plimpton. Ken offers my friend Raul an opportunity to interview him for his show, Man vs. Art. Raul tells me, hey, you want to go along? Because you're a big Plimpton fan too, so you could interview him too. We both go there, we interview him. He did half, I did the other half. I gave Bill a DVD. I'm thinking maybe he'd watch it or not. And then like a month later, he came back to LA and he asked Ken, hey, where's your friend Jim? You know, I want to talk to him about this. So then I'd seen him at awards things. I'd seen him at this party, like when he come to town, and kind of got to know him a little bit like that. Never, ever, ever asked him for anything. I mean, I might have asked him for advice, but I never said, hey, can you hook me up, Bill? You know?
Yeah.
And then one day, as silly as it sounds, I got a phone call from him, and he's like, hey, Jim, how would you like to work on my next movie? And the first thing I thought was, like, oh, like, what do you mean? Like, take the garbage out? Or, you know? And he goes, no. And he told me exactly what I told you. He said, no, I'd like you to write it. I want you to write it. He's, I want to use your world. I love your characters, and I love the world that you create, and I want to use your, like, voice. I want you to voice it, too. And then immediately, what I did is I put, after the out-of-body experience, I kind of put I put myself in his position. I really did. I said, okay, if somebody came to me saying all this stuff, what are the reasons? Like, what are the reasons? And then I thought about, you know what? There's been a few artists that you get like inspired. Like you look at even though you're doing your thing, you look at them and you're like, oh, this is like lighting a fire for me. Like I want to work with this guy. And I'm talking about Jeremy. And he never returned my calls, so forget it. I tried to put myself in that mind frame, and I thought that's what Bill's getting out of this. It's like he discovered my stuff, he likes my characters, and he kind of wants to play with those toys. And then, so like every step of the way, I've been thinking about it. How do we keep it fun? How do we keep it where it's, and luckily, man, I didn't have to try it all, and that he's having a blast, and I'm having a blast. So it's been great. Like we've been having a good time. And we both really, it's going to be a good movie. That's the best part of it. It's like, we're two very unorthodox creators. So when we get together, it makes a weird orthodox method. So, like he doesn't use a script. I don't use a script.
Oh, wow.
But for this project, we thought, we're so left field, both of us. You can't have two left field guys. So, okay, let's use a script. So I wrote a script, like an actual script. And, and then I'm looking at, like, how he storyboards stuff. And I'm learning. I'm like, oh, I want to storyboard stuff like him. And then he's looking how I don't storyboard stuff. Like, I just attack stuff. And he's like, I want to do that. Like, I want to. So it's like we're really, like, learning from each other. But, it's really fun. It's been a lot of fun. But that's how the part that I said would be inspirational. Like I said, anybody could it's not like I sent Bill my portfolio and said,
Yeah.
well, sure, Bill. Even though the DVD, okay, you could argue that's a portfolio, but I didn't say, like, I didn't follow it up with, hey, did you happen to watch that DVD? I just a slow process, got to know him. I'd seen him at Comic-Con a couple times after that, after the DVD. I think literally 2 times. And I never asked him for anything, so maybe he trusted me like that. I don't know, but it's just that I mean, I could, like I said, I could see if I met somebody like me, like that, I like their stuff, I might do the same thing. You know, if I did do the same thing on a smaller level, actually. If you go look up on YouTube, I think you can go to my site or just look up Master Melvin. There's a guy, Matthew Smith, that I met. I mean, in a similar way, I saw his stuff and I just contacted him, and he's an animator, and that dude is really, you talk about like the way he animates action, he kills it. He's really good.
Yeah, I think I know who that is, actually. Doesn't he do a lot of, I mean, the stuff I remember is like spinning around kicks and stuff.
Yeah,
and running. Yeah.
Yeah, he does all the stuff I can't do, so.
Yeah, a lot different than what you're doing, but
a lot different. But you know what, though? When I watched his stuff, it inspired me, because I'm like, I want to learn how to do that. I want to learn how to do that. And so that's how Bill probably looked at my stuff. I was just spinning kicks.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, so yeah, everybody, no matter what level you're on, can pull from somebody and can learn from somebody else. And we're all just people, and we all should just get along.
Right. That's crazy. I know you got to go, but it's like you just piqued my interest with that whole thing. I don't do storyboards. I don't script. I mean, you're just. How do you get going? How do you get started with those? Do you just record audio?
I'm okay until I get the text message on this. When I get that, so far so good.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just go into it real quick. Then the way that I normally do a story is, if I had to average it out, because I've really attacked it every different way. I've done it where I've sat there and thumbnailed everything and then wrote the dialogue underneath it and then followed it. And then I've done stuff where I literally have no storyboard, literally have no character designs before I start it. I just start drawing, go, oh, I think the guy will look like this, and then I draw it. Freak Daddy, if ever you go look at a movie, it's one of my most popular ones. I didn't storyboard that. I didn't do any character designs or anything. What you see is what I drew. Like, the first time I drew Freak Daddy is the first time he's on page like that.
That's crazy.
But that's when you have an idea and you know where you're going. At least in my mind, it's good just to do it, you know, rather than kill it with the process. But then sometimes there's other things where you need to do it in a process. So if I average it out, I'd say I do, like, let me see, I don't have a thumbnail handy, but I'll thumbnail something usually, and then throw it away. And then it's whatever inspires me. I don't know. That's the one thing I do like comparing animation to is music, because it's kind of like saying, how do you write a song? Do you write the lyrics first, or do you write the music? And it's like, I don't know. It's like it happens sometimes. A phrase, or sometimes you'll be playing, or sometimes, it happens. And that's how Bill Plimpton, on the other hand, is a really good example for somebody that's solid and steady, because he does thumbnails, like really, really rough thumbnails where you're like, is that a man or a tree? But he knows. And then he does really, like, detailed thumbnails. And then he writes out the little lines underneath it and stuff like that. So I've done every way. I don't usually have a set method. Just whatever,
That's wow. Well, it works, so.
That's kind of that whatever works, whatever's funny, whatever works. But and then I noticed a lot too. A lot of my friends. Some of my best friends are comics creators. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But some of my best friends are comic creators, and through that world, I know a lot more comic creators than I do animators. Through that world, I noticed that the whole world of comics is big on the process.
Yeah.
When there's a graphic novel, you got to have the process in the back of the book, you know. And I kind of like that, but like I like that, and I envy people that can do that, because when it comes to my process, like if I film my process, they'd feel so ripped off. They'd feel so they'd be like, wait a minute, you know.
Well, see, that's actually, you know, if you're making a comic for a company and you've got, you know, you're trying to coordinate between a bunch of different people, that's true. You do have to have the process in there, but like this chapter that I've got coming up is the first time I've ever done a script for any of my comics beforehand.
Oh, wow.
Like, prior to doing all the rest of them, is, you know, figure out the story, figure out the beats in your head, because I hate doing work twice is my biggest thing. Hate it. I hate it. So I'll figure out all the story beats in my head, figure out what the characters are doing, figuring out what the beginning is, what the end is. So I kind of have the idea of it before I ever start drawing the first page, and then from there it's just like, okay, what am I doing next? What am I doing next? But if the plot of the next chapter wasn't so like very specific and complicated, I wouldn't have done a script for that either. It feels too much like doing stuff twice.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, man. I don't even like doing it once sometimes.
Yeah. It'd be so much easier if we just get the ideas just, you know, out there without having to work with them.
Well, that's why I'm working on my mind camera. And if everybody gives me $1 on Patreon, then
Done.
they'll all get a mind camera.
I can see no way where this would go wrong for me.
Uh-oh, hey guys, there's a text.
Uh-oh.
Can I read it to you? It says, I'm hungry. We all know what that means. This was a blast, you guys. Thanks, and I will continue watching and hopefully participating, because I had a good time. This was really good.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. That was really interesting.
Thanks, guys. Thanks. I really do appreciate it.
Yeah, it was good meeting you, man.
You too, guys.
Nice
Good luck.
meeting you.
Thanks.
All right.
Oh, now that he's gone.
We're still recording.
No, you know,
Ruined it.
I saw a bunch of his. I've been seeing his videos online for years, and the one thing that, you know, as humble as he is, you know, it's that they're really funny. You watch one, and it's just so over the top. You want to go back and watch another and another and another, and it's like, I could see how, like, having the ball rolling, people would just be lining up subscribing, because each time you see one of his videos, you're like, it's so funny, but at the same time so strange you can't look away, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's like his videos are like popcorn. I think the first time I ever found his channel, I did the exact same thing. I think I had to go through every one of them and watch all of them, you know? I'm kind of amazed he hasn't really blown up yet, but who knows? Maybe it's coming.
Well, that's the hardest thing, is just staying in the game for when those opportunities come.
Yeah, and in a way he is, you know, this Bill Plimpton thing, and he's definitely getting more than, you know, when I first saw him online, so it's pretty cool. And to do all, I mean, that just blows me away, because I'm into animation,
Yeah,
I've messed around with it, and it's like, to do it all yourself, you know, the voices, the freaking music, and you know, to actually produce and get finished stuff out of that's incredible, because it's tough to do. So
I had the exact opposite experience that he had, because when I was in college, somebody coming in? Or is that my phone? I don't even know whose computer that is.
Is that actually your phone?
Anyway. When I was in college, I was a fine art major, and as I got closer and closer to graduating, I realized, I'm probably not going to be. I was like, I just look at the numbers of how many positions there were in the comic industry, because it was like, in the it was part of the '90s implosion, but it was like just kind of towards the tail end of it. But the comics industry definitely had not recovered. I was like, I'm not going to be able to do this after I graduate for a living. So I started going into animation, and I was taking animation classes. And mind you, I never made a full-time living doing that either. But in between some animation gigs and working part-time, I started making a couple of short films for myself. Because I thought, well, if I'm not going to do comics, if I'm studying animation and animation is what I'm doing, maybe that could be my new way. And it was kind of like the beginning of the rise of YouTube, and there were a few other online, like, it was during like the Icebox era and all these online places that had Flash animation, and they were opening it up where people could just submit their work. And I thought, maybe this will be my route. And I spent probably about a year and a half making an 8-minute animated film.
Wow.
And by the time I was done, and even that film, I did it in 3 parts. I specifically divided it up in 3 chapters. And this film was basically the opening salvo of like a graphic novel that I wanted to do, but I just translated it to a comic book format. And I thought, in this year and a half, literally in the hours that I spent doing it, I could have just drawn the comic of the whole story I wanted to tell.
Yeah.
It was rewarding. I was glad I did it. It was fun. But in terms of the amount of story that I could tell versus the amount of time I was drawing and putting into it, I was like, even if I never make any money, I just want to do comics.
Right. Is that thing online still, or no?
It's not on my website anymore, but there's a few sites that you can probably find it on. You know, hell, I don't think I ever loaded it up to YouTube, because I did it in Flash, and I used a bunch of symbols and outputted it. So every place I've seen it online has been like sort of ripped a Flash video online down. But if I were to open my raw files and try to output it, first off, I don't even own the version of Flash. This was I made it not even in Macromedia Flash. I made it in Flash 4. So that's how long ago this was.
Flash pre-Adobe. I did a bunch of those too, and I can't even get them open anymore.
Exactly. If I can find the links, then I'll do some research and I can post them in the comment section after the video. But yeah, it's some old school, not even Hanna-Barbera animation. This is like some Dragon Ball Z style stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, just that whole thing of, I mean, it doesn't matter whether you're doing still images, whether you're doing animation, whether you're doing comics. I just feel like, yeah, you got to find whatever is the best, whatever version of getting creativity out is what you're most excited about. You know, because I mean, there's people I know who are really good visual artists, and they're like, I'm gonna make short films, not animation, but just live action. It's like, if that's the best way for them to tell their stories, it's like, it's so hard to make anything that you damn sure better be passionate about it and enjoy the process, because that may be the only. That's the thing a lot of people have told me, is that sometimes making it may be the only reward you'll ever have.
Yeah.
So.
I always quote Liefeld. I mean, even though I give him shit about literally everything else, he does have my single favorite quote about comics ever.
Liefeld is God.
Right. Anyway. But no, he said something to the effect of, you know, if you run across an omniscient genie out in the desert, and he tells you flat out that you will never gain fame and fortune through comics, would you still do it? Because that is what you need to do. That's the mindset you have to have in order to make comics. It's like, you know, I have to do this one way or the other.
And Liefeld said that? Didn't he get discovered when he was like 14 in high school or something? Or?
Yeah, but he wasn't wrong.
When he was 13, he's like, I'm gonna make comics no matter what.
Wise beyond his years.
And here's the thing, for all of his faults as an artist and as a professional, the dude loves comics. I mean, say what you will about the stuff that he makes, whether you like it or not, the dude just flat out loves comics. I mean, that's... And so, I mean, I totally see it coming from him. But yeah, he said that in an interview, and I was just floored. I was like, that's true.
Yeah.
Took me a few years to get the implication of it and really absorb it. But you know, when he said that, I was a stupid teenager, so I feel like I have an excuse.
That's the time you need to hear stuff like that. You know, it's almost like when you have too much wisdom. When someone tells you there's an age where somebody tells you stuff is really hard, and you're like, screw you, I'll show you. And then there's that age where someone tells you something's really hard, and you're like, ugh. You just get the old man sigh. It's like, I don't even want to bother. It's good to hear stuff like that early on so that you could just say, I'm doing this. Screw everybody. Because that's what's going to sustain you.
Yeah, you got to have that blind faith when you're young. I mean, thank God you're young and stupid, because you probably wouldn't stick with it if it had any sense, you know? But I've always said that, life encompasses all the wisdom of the world.
That is a theory I would love to hear.
I've met him a couple of times, and, it's true. He really does love comics and is really passionate about it. It's like, you know what? He's got a style that some people may criticize, but for as much as they say that, I'm like, I bought my copies of Youngblood #1. I had my New Mutants and X-Force issues. So it just seems... Hell, I remember tracing panels out of Bloodwolf, which was the Lobo-esque thing that they did in the Darker Image book. So it would be hypocritical for the adult me to turn around and say, oh, he sucks. I was all over his shit back in the day.
Yeah.
So, I can't go turncoat like that. I love the energy he brings.
Yeah.
I think his greatest accomplishment is creating Deadpool.
Deadpool.
Yeah.
I think his greatest accomplishment was creating Image in a way. Busted the hell out of the whole two-company thing. I mean, can't take it away from the guy, you know.
Yeah.
No, he was there at the beginning.
You bet.
And actually, I've got a similar thing as Jeremy, except mine is actually more McFarlane.
Uh-oh. Now we're really going to get crazy.
No, because here's the thing. I still appreciate a lot of the stuff that he did, but his work no longer speaks to me on any level. I don't think I even own a McFarlane comic book anymore. But, I mean, when I was a kid, seeing that artwork was what made me want to do comics in the first place. It's like, that Spider-Man
he hasn't worked in years, though.
Not as an artist.
It's hard to hold that candle when he isn't. He's making toys or whatever he's doing now.
But I can't even appreciate the work that got me interested in doing this as a job, because I was I was 8 or something, or 7 when Spider-Man #1 came out, and that was kind of the realization moment. It's like, wait, there's a person that does this. I want to do that. But now I can't even look at those comics with that same amount. It's like, these are actually kind of not that great. But on the other hand, same thing. I can't do the full turncoat. It's like, I still have quite a lot of affection for some of those comics.
Yeah.
Well, you could even look back at Silver Age. I mean, if you look back at Silver Age artists, the stuff that's collected in Masterworks, and you go back and you look at old Ditko stuff, or you look at Kurt Swan pages, and older guys. So you look at that stuff and you're like, this stuff is fantastic. But if you look at there's tons of books that have never been reprinted, from a whole variety of artists. And it's like not everybody did genius work. It's like when you listen to old music, the stuff that's good is what survived. But there's a whole swath of old work that was just terrible. So we kind of we kind of, in hindsight, we look back and we can look at certain eras and pick and choose and say, oh, these artists were great and these artists, sucked. But, everybody probably over the body of their work has, an uneven degree of material. There's very few that are, just brilliant from start to finish, from stem to stern.
No, that's very true.
Yeah. We just keep reprinting the good stuff.
And the Image artists are like the 70s. Everybody hated the 70s for so long, and now all of a sudden it's the 70s were so great.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's the 80s now.
Living through the 70s, I remember, nothing's changing. Everything's the same. It's, year in, year out. Everything's boring. Then the 80s came and everything got shaken up. And the 90s really, crashed everything. But
You mean comics wise?
I,
Just in life?
yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Things in the world were going on too, but
The 70s, man,
I
to me,
remember
like, that was... I just think that was such a great time, though, because of, like, all the heavy metal stuff and eerie, creepy, all that.
There was a lot of good things.
Star Wars.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's, given.
It's funny. I just recently was reading through the Art of Howard Chaykin, and for some reason I had never realized, because I think my older brothers had the Star Wars comic books, but I didn't, and I didn't realize that he had been drawing those works. And it's interesting because they're good, but it's so different from what I know when I think of Chaykin and his work.
I didn't know he was on the old Star Wars books. I remember the Al Williamson stuff, but
I think he did like maybe the first
He did this
4, 6 issues.
series.
did he really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
cool.
I like his what was it? The Stars, My Destiny, or
My Star is My
What was it
Destination.
His painted work was gorgeous, and the design.
Yeah.
Of course, American Flag.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. American flag.
Stuff. Yeah. Comics.
Yeah, he's good. Is he still? I mean, he's still doing stuff, isn't he? Maybe not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he still does stuff like pretty regularly. I think he's got a comic with Matt Fraction right now.
Oh, I want to read that book so much. Satellite Sam. I haven't had to make the time for it, but just the elevator pitch alone of like a beloved children's TV like show host who he dies and his son finds out that he has like this whole box. They don't know who killed him. The son finds this box of like all of his dark, perverted sexual secrets and all the tawdry affairs he's had over his career. The son is trying to like go through this book and kind of backtrack his dad's sexual history to figure out who killed him. And it's just like, I remember hearing an interview with Matt Fraction, and I love the quote. He said, somehow he tricked Howard Chaykin into drawing his Howard Chaykin fanfic.
Yeah, really.
Matt Fraction is, I swear to God, the coolest man on earth. Like, I really want to be that dude.
Yeah, he's another one of those creators that I've only read a few issues here and there, but everything he does sounds really interesting, and the only thing that stops me from reading more of his work is just making the time to read it. Because, I mean, I wanted, even back when Casanova was coming out, to just sit down and just start diving into that. But, and at this point, like, I hear that Hawkeye is, like, wrapping up now.
Yeah, he's got it on his last 3 issues, I think.
And that just makes me feel like I'm like, wow, I'm so slow. I was waiting to have a break in my work schedule so I could sit here and read this whole system. And he and David Aja have like done an entire series in the time I'm working on like one series, like a couple of issues.
Yeah.
Well, with the whole company machine behind them, so.
That is true. That is true. That having that freight train and having the resources, it's like, on one hand, I really don't think that I could hold down a monthly schedule. On the other hand, if you've got those kind of resources behind you and not having to worry about, just having your bills paid, if someone just said, okay, all you need to do is focus on doing the best art and story you can as fast as possible, it sounds like it's a beautiful scenario. And the only downside is that it feels like it would rob you of the actual enjoying the drawing process. Because right now, I still definitely feel like as I go through, I'm enjoying each page. And I'm enjoying the act of actually laying ink strokes down and doing the layouts and all of that. And every once in a while, like, I've only got 4 issues of this series out, but there's some times where for a chunk of like 6 or 8 pages, I'll force myself to work as fast as possible. Not because I'm on a deadline, but just to push myself to see what it feels like. And I realized I can do it, but it's not at the quality that it is when I take my time, and B, it's definitely pleasurable to sit there, and it's not like I'm lingering and lollygagging, but just as you're sitting there and working out the pages, being thoughtful on the page is a more pleasant experience than drawing as fast or painting as fast as possible.
Yeah.
I
don't know.
You know, it's.
Go ahead, Peter.
I was just going to mention Paul Pope. You know, he's doing a lot of stuff for DC, and I loved him way back when he was working on his own projects and books. There's more heart and soul to it, you know. A Batman graphic novel. It's fun and all, and it's still his work, but it's, you know, it's commercial. It's him making money, probably.
Yeah, I know. I was totally back, you know, whatever that project he was doing, like THB or something, I think it was called. And I was all in his stuff back then.
TH something?
Yeah, it's
THB. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. I love just reading his editorial page and everything, cover to cover.
Yeah. He's a guy who works fast. I know he does multiple pages in a day, or at least back then. I think those THBs were like 50-something pages when they were coming out. It's crazy. One guy.
I wish I could work fast. That would be my favorite thing.
Yeah.
Wasn't Kirby working on like
I'm
multiple
putting you
books?
on a schedule, John.
Say what? What was that, Peter?
Putting you on a schedule. We're putting you on a deadline.
Yeah, that's... I am so glad I put myself on a deadline, because that's the only reason I get any of this stuff done, I swear to God.
No, I agree. I think I need a deadline, or I just never get anything done, you know? Self-imposed or something.
Well, you know, it's another thing, reading that Art Chaikin book, and I was also reading a book on Wally Wood, and that, you know, the one thing that indie creators, or at least not as many that I hear from, you know, one thing that, you know, this generation doesn't have is that environment of having the assistants. You know, because those art assistants, you know, they would come in and, you know, the experienced artists would teach them the craft, but, you know, in exchange for that, you'd go in and you do a lot of the grunt work, drawing in, you know, backgrounds and filling blacks and the stuff that would, you know, allow those experienced artists to stay on that grinding schedule. And when you're doing something all by yourself, I mean, that's part of, you know, to go back to Jim again, doing an entire animated series all by himself. It's like, is this Sparta or is it madness?
Yeah. I know, and it's too bad that still doesn't exist, you know? Like, I know, like, Kubert and, like, Eisner and all those guys, you know, they went in and you know, they were, like, the lackeys in the beginning, and, you know, they worked with, like, in, like, a studio of artists, like, making art, making comics every day. That had to be just like a gold mine to learn in.
Well, I think there's a trade-off there, because, you know, when you've got that kind of setup, it's great for helping make deadlines, and it's great for teaching the newcomers, especially if you're trying to have a house style like Marvel did back in the 70s or the 80s. Right. But at the same time, you're never going to get something like David Aja's Hawkeye work, or like Fiona Staples, what she's doing on Saga, because that's very unique to the artist, and it's very personal, and, you know, you would never get that sort of thing out of that system.
But I don't know, so many classic, just awesome comics came out of that too, though. Like The Spirit, for example, you know. The Spirit, man, now that is original, you know. Yeah, the writing, the design, and all that kind of stuff. I mean,
did Eisner
he did have a studio at that time. But I don't know. Or even like Plastic Man. I know he totally was in the studio system when he was doing that stuff. Not Eisner, but I can't remember what the guy's name is. Jack Cole, right.
Yeah.
But I know, you're right. I mean, in that sense too, it's like Mobius or something for heavy metal. Like, I'm just trying to think of like super original type stuff. I just can't see it coming out of like the Marvel bullpen, if there ever was such a thing.
Even even Kirby and Ditko, I don't think had assistants when they were doing Fantastic Four and
Oh,
Spider-Man.
really?
No, because hell, Marvel was so close to bankruptcy when Fantastic Four #1 came out. I don't think they could afford assistants.
Yeah, you might be right.
So I don't know. It's kind of
know,
it's a trade-off, is all I'm saying.
Okay.
Anyway.
I know when I worked at Marvel, they have a bullpen and they have occasionally people working on art, but it's mostly touch-up and production. Few times there's people like inking or finishing pages in the bullpen, but it was really like, when I worked at Diane, that was a studio. That was a real studio. That's like something I dream of having one day myself, where writers, pencilers, inkers, colorists, letterers, editors, everybody worked in one giant office. Everybody was side by side. And, if anybody had a question, they'd just walk over to the person. It was amazing. It was amazing atmosphere, a great tool to learn and just grow, and it doesn't exist in comics.
So like that I didn't actually realize Valiant had that going. I mean, even guys like Barry Windsor Smith and stuff were going into the office there.
Yeah, but I came in after he left. Bob Layton was in charge.
Oh, okay.
And, Don Perlin was there, and a bunch of people.
Was Shooter still there at that point, or no?
No.
He was gone already?
He was gone. I did, at the end of me working at Valiant, I did occasional work at Defiant.
Right.
And ran into Shooter once, but I felt like I was working for the Russians or something. Working for both sides,
awesome.
but yeah, I mean, Defiant was similar, in the sense that everybody worked in that office, but it just didn't.
Well, I guess
outside of that.
But I mean, I guess since Shooter set up both those companies, I guess he must have been responsible for that. I guess, huh?
Yeah, I'm guessing that was the case. Jim really added a lot to the industry. I mean, he was an amazing writer. I loved his comics. But Valiant in the early days was unique, and it was really, challenging the other companies at the time.
Absolutely, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, it came in and, after Image, but I mean, definitely just as, it proved that there could be another Marvel in a way. You know what I mean? Image didn't pull it off. Image was a clusterfuck of a mess,
Compared to what they're doing now, I mean, honestly, I think Image is probably publishing some of the best indie comics out there.
Well, they became like an indie publisher, I guess, in a way. I don't really know anymore.
They had to grow into it. But...
Yeah. But I mean, like, for somebody to come in and treat it like a business and get their books out on time and do good books and make new characters, I mean, to me, Valiant and Defiant in some ways did it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, CrossGen was,
right.
good in the beginning.
And they did the same thing, didn't they? Didn't they have a studio in, like, Florida or something where they had, like, all the artists gathered?
Yeah, there was I forget about them, but
right.
They had whoever was in charge had millions in his pocket and put it all into the company until he had no more, and then the company folded.
Really?
But the mistake was that it was all like fantasy titles tied together, one universe, and it was no diversity. At least that's what the fan reaction was.
Yeah.
See, and I think that was a mistake because each of the books was mostly standalone, at least for a long while, until they started tanking and getting desperate. But each book, even though it like tied together with the fantasy elements, was in its own genre and it was doing its own thing. I do kind of wish that the guy who was running it hadn't gotten quite so greedy, because it was a hell of an experiment. I kind of wish that it had worked out better than it did.
Yeah.
Because they were doing some stuff that I think, it would have taken quite a while for what they were doing to stick. But I mean, he had health plans for the employees and the artists, and 401ks, and had a freaking gym on property and that sort of thing. Like, he was treated as an actual corporation, but he hadn't actually. The company wasn't there to support that yet, so
Yeah.
of course it fell apart. So sad.
Yeah. I remember somebody I knew actually went down there to work, and I remember him telling me later when I was talking to him at a con that like when he drove down there, he like went through all the different states and into Florida, and like this huge long drive with all the shit packed in his car, and then he kept going. He went through this nice part of town, and then he went through this shitty part of town, and then he went to like this basically like a shopping mall, and he's like, this can't be it. He's like down there at the end, like an old Best Buy or something was like the studio, and he's like, this is not. I don't know if any of that's true or whatever, but it was a funny story anyway. He thought it was a hellhole, but
Gotta start somewhere.
Different.
Something you just said about them having health plans and a gym on site, that something popped into my mind that I've been thinking about lately, is the whole like sedentary lifestyle and how it's killing America. The whole just idea that like it doesn't matter whether you're an artist or a writer or what have you, like even if you're like an accountant, just the whole thing of like if you're sitting in one place for 8 hours a day, just how that's just incredibly horrible for your body on so many different levels, on your metabolism. Do you guys find that you're able to get like is getting some sort of physical exercise part of your creative routine, in the sense that for me, if I don't get the exercise, I don't feel like I can be creative. Like my brain's mushy, my body doesn't feel like it's running right. So it's like I gotta like go jogging or go for a bike ride a couple of times a week. Even that doesn't feel like it's enough for me. Like I'd like to be able to like work out, like go for a bike ride every single day or jog every day.
You're like doing comics, I have a full-time job, and go jogging? That's crazy.
Yeah, but I only get about like 4 or 5 hours of sleep a night during the week.
Right.
I crash hard on. Basically, I sleep in until about 10 o'clock on the weekends, and then I treat Saturday and Sunday like a work day for me. So like after I sleep in, but then when I get up, I go put in 3 hours at the drawing table, take a break, have a bite to eat, then come back, put in another 3 or 4 hours, and then just however I feel in the evening, depending on whether my girlfriend and I want to have a little personal time. If she's crashed out, then I'm like, I'm gonna go back and draw for a couple more hours. But that's pretty much it.
Yeah, it definitely helps for sure. But that being said, I'm the world's worst for procrastinating when it comes to working out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I know I can't even talk to it because I used to jog and stuff, but I haven't done that in years, and I don't know. It would be good.
Yeah.
I agree. Your body falls apart sitting here, but
I used to be a big walker, but no, not lately. I try to get out once in a while. I have 3 cats now, so that's about as active as I get, messing around with them.
Yeah, I do. I take the dog for like a walk in the morning and then at night, and that is something I really do like. It gets the blood pumping before you sit down, which is nice. I miss that if I get up late and don't get up and go do it.
I was doing it for a while and was actually starting to lose some weight and everything, but then I moved and then had a hell of a time trying to find a job, which kind of took the wind out of my sails because, like, I've got a comic and I'm trying to get a job, and I feel bad if I'm trying to. Yeah, you start making excuses because you're out of your routine and it doesn't feel right. And then pretty soon, making the excuses is the routine, and now I've got a full-time job with a half-hour commute or so each way, and
Yeah.
it just, I kind of got out of the habit of it, and I don't really have a good excuse for not, but I don't anyway.
Yeah. What about you, Johannes? I mean, I noticed you joined the show a little while ago. Is your mic on?
Yes. Problems getting my computer going on, and playing dad and everything. I stay at home with my daughter, and she forces me to go for a walk twice a day.
Oh, that's great.
I get about 60 minutes. We try to eat healthy and all that stuff.
That's cool.
That is nice.
It is. It gets me out of my chair and or off the floor with her or whatever. But I mean, if she's sleeping or whatever, I'm chained to my desk or my computer.
Are you doing like the Mr. Mom thing, and you're the one who watches her, and then your wife works, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough though. I mean, I did that with my son, like when my wife first went back to work when he was really small, and you think you're going to get all this work done, but boy, it takes a lot of watching. That nap ain't very long to get much stuff done.
I come up with like distractions for. I spend a lot of time up really, really late. I just don't sleep at all.
Yeah, I think that's the secret. I mean, because I was the same way. 1, 2 o'clock in the morning every night.
And then one day out of the week you just crash really, really hard.
Right. It catches up with you, and then you just like, I can't think. I have to sleep. Yeah.
Yes. I definitely hit that wall earlier on this week.
I used to be an insomniac, and I definitely felt like...
And I miss it.
Yeah, like I could use it as a tool for productivity. Because if I was up, usually my reasons for not being able to sleep were stress. And I realized if I'm stressed out about something, whether it's creative or it's business or like household stuff, I'm like, if I get up and I feel productive, the act of being productive reduces the stress, and then I can sleep. So why lay in bed for an extra hour when I could just get up, and I'll be tired if I get up and draw for another hour or two, but I was going to be up anyway, so why not feel better about it? But now the insomnia is gone, and it's one of those things where 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock rolls around, and I'm like, all right, if I go to bed now, I can still get 6 hours sleep.
Yeah. I know, I'm the same way. Like when I can't sleep, I'm always I'll get up and work. But I've never felt like I've had the insomnia, I just feel like I just work all the time. I don't know.
It feels like your art table is just calling you. You're laying there and
yeah, because a lot of times that's what you're thinking about,
Yeah.
Just not ready to go to sleep.
You got that Hey,
yeah. That's what's
break
keeping
that,
me up, maybe.
Joke in there.
Yeah.
It's all your mindset, for sure. I work night shift, and I absolutely hate it. But if I'm off work and I'm sitting here drawing, I can sit up all night, man, and feel great about it. So I guess it's just what you love to do. It makes a huge difference.
That's brutal. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I did that forever too. The night shift thing. What hours do you work?
8 to 8.
8 to 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sucks. But I'm physically working though. It's different than sitting here drawing. So
Right.
I guess that's why I feel like shit all the time when I'm working.
I feel like it'd be easier to stay awake if you got to move around during those hours, because otherwise it's like I would just be nodding off.
Yeah. I stuck with it for like the longest time. I had a real similar schedule. I'd go in like, I don't remember what time, 2, and I'd get off at 8 in the morning or something, and it was just like I always felt like I had my days off. I was like just dead tired like all the time, So.
I worked at Amazon
I used to work
for a couple of months, and that was from 6 to Yeah, like 5:30 to 6 a.m. And it just spun my whole day around, and I was not sleeping enough and so exhausted from work and not productive at all artistically.
Yeah.
It was the worst thing for me. And then it took months for my schedule to get back in sync.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is like when you just come on to that, you know, it's like so much harder than when you've done it for years. You know what I mean? But like that
Yeah.
first few months, it's like it's like jet lag all the time. How long have you worked that job, Kenny?
About a year now, almost a year. Yeah, I've mainly worked day shift most of my life, but I worked about a year and a half is the most I've ever worked nights, and never been a fan of it.
No. What do you sleep when you get home, or do you sleep before you go to work?
Both sometimes. Yeah, normally come in and probably lay down about 10 or 11, then sleep to like 4 or 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Sometimes I stay up to 1, like if I'm working on some artwork or something, and I pay for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wake up like feeling like crap. But hopefully, you just hope that you don't have a bad night at work. You know, some nights are better than others.
Yeah, that's a whole nother thing. Coming home from work with all the drama in your head, and
Yeah.
you almost need a nap or something to get rid of it, so you can concentrate on what you're doing. I remember that shit.
Yeah.
I got very good when I was working at a restaurant for years to not bring the drama home with me, and I think that's the only reason I got anything done some days.
Really?
Just got very good at not thinking about that stuff ever. So, because some jobs will drive you crazy if you let them.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What's the secret?
Yeah.
Don't tell us the secret.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood you. Never mind. But I don't know the secret. It's just it's just a thing of like I'm not gonna let this bother me, and I'm not gonna think about it. And I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna draw and go to my happy place.
Yeah.
And eventually that just got to be a habit. So then I wasn't thinking about stupid people at work.
Yeah. Well, that is one nice thing about art. A lot of times you're doing it because you like to, and it is. It's like an escape in some ways sometimes.
Yeah, because I got to focus on perspective and proportions and thinking out, how to make these stupid colors work with each other because I'm not good with colors. And then I'm not, and just doing that, I'm not thinking about anything else going on in my life. It's very therapeutic.
Yeah.
True.
It's funny when you talk about stuff that's draining. This is the stuff that's revitalizing. Like I realize, like even at my day job, during what I do is I can usually have my lunch while I'm working. So I take my entire lunch break and I find a quiet space in the office and I break up my pages and I'm like for 45 minutes I just go. It's like that refill and that it's like a little sanctuary of creativity in the middle of the day.
Yeah, that's awesome if you can do that. I used to take my sketchbook and sketch, but never felt like I could get anywhere, in just that short amount of time, especially and get your lunch down at the same time,
Man, I would just leave and go home after all that. I'm going home to work on this.
Well, I realized having short spurts to work in is too easy of an excuse to not start. And I realized that if I waited until I had 3 or 4 hours in a row to commit to do work, I would go, sometimes weeks at a time without drawing because it's like only maybe one day a week could I do that. And sometimes if something's going on the weekend, I don't even get that. And I realized, well, if all I get is a half hour today to draw, then I'm gonna draw one panel. That's it. And I'm gonna draw the hell out of that damn panel and get as far as I can. But I realized that I was, and once I started doing that, it became easier and easier to work in small chunks, and I found that I was steadily pushing the ball forward. Even though it wasn't what I would like. It wasn't creating art in the way I'd like to do it, but at least I was doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it.
I really feel like that matters because you're always creating momentum.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's funny.
Otherwise you get rusty.
I take figure drawing classes once a week also,
Man,
and I notice
I want to
that
be you, Jeremy.
well, you know
Doing
what?
everything I want to do.
That is very kind of you to say, but I look at the way that you draw, and I'm like, I want to be you. That's why I'm in the figure drawing classes. But I noted like every they run in like 10-week or 12-week sessions, and in between each session, if I'm off for like 3 or 4 weeks, I notice a difference when I come back, and I notice a difference in my comic pages if I haven't been doing figure drawing class on a weekly basis, because just that act of getting in front of a model, instead in front of a human being, and studying the form and the way the form turns, it's like it makes me realize when I'm cheating and I'm bullshitting in my own work. It makes me realize, I'm just sort of slapping in a form that kind of suggests what the body's doing, and I'm like, I know I'm phoning it in. I need to sit down and really draw this, or just pointing out the things that I know I need to learn better, so that when I do get back into figure drawing class, I can study those specific anatomical forms and try and keep myself honest.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to be just so hardcore with the life drawing, and I think it's like great. I noticed that same kind of thing. I take a little while off from it, and you just you kind of lose a step or something. It's just like the toughest thing to do in a way, and it just, I don't know, it really puts you to the test every time, and I love it.
Yeah.
But I don't do it no more. I don't have no time. Jeremy's got time though. Maybe I'm just fooling myself. He goes jogging for Christ's sake, and then goes to life drawing.
Well, it's the reason why I've only got like an issue or 2 a year coming out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you got a job though. It's understandable. I think it's amazing that you're getting that much done, really.
Well, I mean, part of it's the fact I used to beat myself up about like not. Everybody, goes to. We're constantly beating ourselves up about our craft of our work, but I got to the point where I fell in love with studying things I wasn't good at. So it stopped bothering me. I found a happy place where it doesn't bother me to be bad at something, but I still keep trying to improve. Because sometimes people will just settle into it, like, well, this is just my style, and that's how I draw, and yeah, it's messed up, I don't care. And I can reject that thinking without having to constantly be flagellating myself and saying, oh, I'm a horrible artist. It's like I do the best I can, and I keep trying to learn. So it's like studying is now. I feel like that's a part of my creative growth that I'm never going to stop. I don't want to stop growing and learning. Like, I'm not even concerned about finding a style per se. Like, if I woke up tomorrow and my style came out looking completely different, as long as it was structurally sound, I don't really even care.
Yeah.
That's it very much is a shark kind of thing. I think if you're an artist and you start stagnating, that's kind of the end.
Mm-hmm.
I think when you stop striving to improve your craft, then you just kind of start flailing.
Yeah.
Dead in the water.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a good way of looking at it. Definitely.
Well,
There's Cycra, I think his name is, on YouTube. He did a really interesting video on just on getting better, improving, how it works from his perspective. Like if you're going from point A to point B, with the goal in mind of improving, say, drawing buildings, and doing it over and over and over. If it's visually, if it's like you walking from point A to point B, you'll dig a hole in the ground, and it will become definite. But if you stop working on it, if you stop drawing buildings in perspective, eventually over time, dirt will fill into the hole, and you'll have to relearn the skill. It was really interesting. It's his point of view, and it for me it held a lot of meaning. He used snow, but I was.
What channel was that?
But yeah, it's just you've got to while learning new ones.
Yeah.
Essentially.
What YouTube channel is that?
Sycra, SYCA, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I'll see if I can find the video later.
Yeah.
Put it in the description. He described it much better.
I got the gist of it.
How many of you went through a period where you felt like you had your goal was to find quote unquote your style? So you had the look that you can say, all right, now I've got a look, and now I can just work on refining that look.
That's a tough one. I think I don't think I ever went through that particularly. I think there was a long period where I was just trying to get better, for some vague definition of better, because I started to realize that so many of my fundamentals were just not there. And then the style ended up just sort of happening after, just after doing enough, just enough practice and enough just working on it. So I guess my style was more of a side effect than a goal.
Yeah. I did that hardcore for just years, just like really tried to develop a style and constantly thought I wasn't there yet, you know what I mean? And I think it kind of hurt me eventually, even though I think it made me a better artist also, because I just kind of got to the point where like nothing was good enough, you know what I mean? I just was like the hardest critic in the world of my own work, and it kind of crushed a lot of my stuff I was doing, like actually producing stuff, It almost kind of didn't really end until like I kind of got thrown into this whole selling on the internet, and then it kind of like forced me to go like, this is what it is right now, and I've got to just go with it, So.
There's certain things I do when I'm drawing a lot. There's certain things I do that I love and would love to pull it into a style. But it's like I feel like I've mostly focused most of my comic career on inking, and that's adapting to other people's style. So I see a lot of different things in my work that I know that essentially I'll have to do it 10,000 pages of comics before I really immerse my full potential of style.
Yeah.
Well, I guess what made me think about that question. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. I think, like, as far as doing comics specifically, it's really about storytelling and your creativity in your storytelling that dictates the approach of your art. It's like it's not like doing covers or pinups or paintings or whatever. Comics in general are a limited style in many ways. So you're pulling out essence of images.
Yeah.
It's like the whole idea of cartooning, not in the sense of doing a rounded character or doing a character that looks like an animated character, but in the sense of you know, like you said, drawing the essence of the action. You know, cartooning in the
Yeah.
Will Eisner sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a good example. Are you struggling with that, Jeremy? Is that why you asked that question?
Well, no, not necessarily. Well, I'm struggling with it in the way that we're all struggling for improvement. But it was the quest to develop a style that led me to realize that I just needed to improve. Because growing up, probably my biggest influence was Bill Sienkiewicz.
Oh, yeah.
Oh
And-
god, he's amazing.
Yeah, you know, like Electra Assassin just melted my brain, and you know, I loved Stray Toasters even more, and I wish he would do more stuff that he was writing himself. But it was one of those things
Do you
where
know? I have to say this. Do you know Electra Assassin? He used a model for Electra. That's my sister-in-law.
oh my
really?
God, that's
That's
crazy.
that's Amanda Ricano was his model for Electra Assassin.
I had no idea. I
That
did
is-
not know that.
Wow.
That is the coolest thing I've heard all day, maybe all month.
Yep.
I guess that explains why Electra looks so tough. That's a little piece of comic history there that I didn't know. That's really cool.
That is, huh?
But
I-
but the funny thing is that like I think that I was probably at the tail end. Like I was in high school in the early '90s, so I was at the tail end of that generation that didn't really accept where people still didn't necessarily say that comics were art. You know, like everybody that read comics definitely knew they were art, but there was still that thing in culture. Like now, I think most people, even if someone had no interest in comics, if they were just a film moviegoer, they would still probably say, "Oh yeah, this is art." Like I don't think people judge it with the same way they did back then. But
Yeah.
but I remember that looking at like Sienkiewicz's work, you could not deny that it was art because he encapsulated so many different forms from so many styles from different historical art, artistic periods. He had Baroque painting in there. He had like modernism and abstraction and dry brush, and even like trompe l'oeil, where it's like building physical structures on top of the pages.
Yeah.
But the thing is that I loved his style, and that's what inspired me because it made me realize I didn't have to choose a certain artist to look like because I was influenced kind of, at some point you're influenced by everybody reading comics, and Sienkiewicz showed me I didn't have to choose.
Yeah.
So I didn't know what I was going to form into, but that was sort of the direction that set me off. And then I started reading like David Mack when I was in college, and you can kind of see the evolution from Sienkiewicz to David Mack.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And at that point, I had a clear picture in my mind of what I wanted to be. And it was like I don't want to ape either of these artists I'm influenced by, but I know what I want my work to look like in my head, even though I can't quite draw that way yet. And then I discovered Ashley Wood's work, and I was just like, shit. Because literally, he drew what was in my head. And I was like, well, what do I do now? Somebody's already got that style.
Yeah.
And I think for a while I was just drawing, like I don't think I was even working on my graphic novel at that point, but I was just looking at, I was working on the standalone paintings. I think I was maybe messing around with a few different art projects. And one day I just got up and went over to my bookshelf and I grabbed an Ashley Wood book. So I was looking at how he did a particular technique. And I looked at it, and then I just kind of stopped, and my brain realized, well, I'm not Ashley Wood. And I'm never going to be Ashley Wood. Ashley Wood is Ashley Wood. And I realized, why am I trying to copy his? Like, I never, ever had an intention to ape any creator's work. But once I saw a creator who did do exactly what I wanted to do, I thought, well, let me look at it and analyze it.
Yeah.
And when I had this realization, like, I'm not Ashley Wood, I started drawing the connection between those three artists, Sienkiewicz, Mack, and Wood. And what I realized was that underneath all of their expressionistic work and all of the stylism, they all had really strong draftsmanship. And the fact is the only way you can go that crazy with your work is if your fundamentals are really strong. And then I started thinking about, well, what does it mean to have really strong fundamentals? And it was all, I just need to understand the human form and volume and structure anatomy and perspective better. And that's when you start talking, when we were all talking about just, drawing habits and me mentioning going to figure drawing classes, the realization that I just need to understand how things are put together better is what led me on that road. And now I really, that's when I said that I don't really, like if my style just changed dramatically, but it was still structurally sound, that was the realization for me. That was sort of the light bulb moment is I just need to learn and understand and keep understanding how things feel, because if I end up doing it as a painting, or if I do it as an ink drawing, or if I were to do stuff that's all just rendered the hell out of pencils, as long as it's structurally sound, it really doesn't matter how different it looks. That's kind of the way, in terms of draftsmanship, that's where the quality is. I mean, draftsmanship and storytelling, those are two whole separate things, because I think there's a lot of people that are great storytellers even if they aren't the greatest draftsmen. So I don't think that you have to have necessarily one or the other. I'm pursuing both, but, that it was sort of like that was the watershed moment for me, is I just don't understand and I need to learn.
Yeah. I kind of understand where you're coming from there. I went through the same thing and actually did. Sienkiewicz was a big influence on me, and it's kind of funny, because to me, like that, there is a progression there between Sienkiewicz and then David Mack and Ashley Wood. I'm sure that each one of those guys was inspired by the one before him, and I don't know. I know what you mean. It's like, and I had almost the exact same thing happen where I kind of was like, because I went, like Frazetta was probably like the big first one with me, and Bernie Wrightson, and then eventually, like Frank Miller and Sienkiewicz got in there, and then there's just an array. And I was always kind of like trying on everyone's style for the longest time, and eventually it just kind of got to the point where, it just, you know what I mean? You just kind of stop that in a way, and you kind of go like, this is my style, I guess. I don't know.
You decide the direction you want to go.
Yeah, and it's like
it
when you
essentially
see
comes down to whatever elements you need to put on a page,
Right.
Yeah.
But I think later on, like when I would see like people that it would influence me, because even like today I see people that would influence me, and it's less like me trying them on. It's just kind of like trying to learn from them and just kind of absorb what I can from them, rather than like drastically take a right turn and suddenly be drawing like Frank Miller or something.
When I first saw Bill Sienkiewicz, he was very much Neil Adams.
Yeah, that's a good one there.
Yeah.
Before he blew up and went his own way too.
Yeah. He found himself after a while, He loosened up and just went his own way.
Yeah, but then he was also really influenced by a lot of the like the advertising of the time too. Like I'm trying to think of like those artists,
like Bernie Fuchs and
yeah,
and what's the other guy? The one who did all the movie poster paintings.
Struzan.
Yeah. There was a guy that they had an exhibition with Struzan and Bob Peak. That's what I was thinking of. I mean, I love Struzan stuff, but they actually had an exhibition out here in L.A. and it was half Struzan and half Bob Peak, and it was just like it was like two movie master painters together, and it was so beautiful to get to. Bob Peak stuff I like for stylism, but for Drew Struzan stuff, I just loved being able to look at his originals up close and to really see physically how he got all the effects that he had. And I was actually really lucky because the day that I went there, it wasn't the opening of the exhibition, but apparently, Drew had some meetings that he was meeting with some people at the show. And he just happened to be there during the day, so I got a chance to talk shop with him and just pick his brain with him. And he was just so open and nice and just talking about process, composition and technique and how he did different paintings, and it was just like I was one of those things where I had to sit there and try to calm my mind and just try to actually listen and learn instead of sitting there freaking out because I'm talking to him.
Yeah.
So I don't think I completely succeeded, but it was still a cool experience.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm a huge fan of Drew Struzan's, but his stuff is just beautiful. You see it in real life, it's like, whoa. Yeah.
He's like one of those. He's one of those few artists where I think literally everybody absolutely loves his work because it's just so evocative, and I think it really touches on something that is almost universal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. The compositions are so strong, and he's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, it's that magic, because, I mean, there are a lot of really skilled technical draftsmen that are great at doing photorealistic work, but it's that rare blend of being able to capture the lifelike photorealistic quality, but still making it feel imaginative, and I think that was the thing that I think that's what everybody responds to.
Yeah. No, I think you're dead right on that.
Yeah, absolutely. They look like paintings, you know what I mean? Like that, I remember the Last Crusade poster when I first saw it. I was just like, that's a fucking painting, It didn't look like photorealism to me. And I think that's what I dug about it.
Yeah, there's plenty of artists that are like photorealistic, and it's boring. I remember, I forget the guy's name, but the guy who does like women and robots.
Soyorama.
The Asian painter.
The erotic Sorayama?
Yeah. I forget his name, but I saw his work and it's like.
Yeah, his name's Sorayama.
Yeah,
Sorayama.
I have a couple of his art books, and mainly I like the fact of how weird and pervy his stuff gets. Like, I have a collection of erotic art books, and I like his work for that stuff. But his work is super pristine. Like, it feels like it was created it doesn't feel like it was created by human hands. I can see what you're saying, how that not feeling the human touch inside of it can be deadening to some people.
Yeah. Yeah, it can almost be boring. I mean, I find that with like Boris's stuff a lot. They're just so perfect in every way that I don't know. It loses something there. I don't get drawn into it like I do like Frazetta or something.
Mm-hmm.
Into the story of the painting, I think. I don't know.
He does great work, but yeah, there's a stickiness
it's
to
incredible.
it. I like his wife's work.
Yeah, I don't.
Julie Bell.
To me, like they're the same, but I know what you mean. Everybody's into that Julie Bell now, so I don't want to badmouth her. I always, like there's something about like people who draw themselves into all their art, and I know like Boris is in a million of Boris's paintings, and Julie Bell's in all of hers, and I just don't dig that. Seems goofy to me.
Well, I can't speak to that because I use myself as a model for my first graphic novel, so I'm guilty. Guilty is charged.
A ton of people do it, though.
You hear that? Jeff does not like your work.
Oh, no.
Which I believe is exactly what he just said.
Well, I made it a point to give the main character in my new book dreadlocks, so no one's going to think I'm drawing myself. Oh, wait, but this is something interesting. You probably already know it if you saw the Drew Struzan documentary, because I think he mentioned it. But even though he has tons of photo reference of Harrison Ford, and Harrison has posed for him a bunch of times, and he'll usually take specific photos for each movie, he has like a full like complete set of like the Indiana Jones costume, and for all the movie posters he would take photo reference of himself in the poses, and the actual bodies of all of the Indiana Jones posters are him. So while the face is Harrison Ford's, he's drawing himself.
That's interesting. I think I read that where he did that for the Goonies, like he used some kids or something for the Goonies bodies. Like the Goonies posters are all hanging like one after another off of a stalactite or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really a shot from the movie, but that's interesting.
Jeff, I was going to ask you, how much reference do you use for a lot of your pieces? Because they definitely have that lifelike, imaginative feel, that we're talking about. But considering how much realism there is in your work, how much of a role does reference play in your work?
Oh, it's all over the place. I mean, I use it pretty much for everything. Even the fantasy stuff, I'll like piece together photos and stuff. That's the only way I can draw and make it look real.
Mm-hmm.
So I can draw out of my head, but it looks different. And there's some pieces on my site and stuff you can find.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I like that style too, but this is kind of what I'm doing right now, though. But yeah, I use a ton of photo reference. But I also try to not. I try to get my style in there. You know what I mean? I don't really try to like reproduce it exactly. I try to draw it with style. I always think about like when I used to go to life drawing and how I would draw quickly and it would have a lot of style to it, and that's what I think about now when I'm painting, you know, whatever, just some movie still or something. So
Like you're being true to the energy that the model has, not necessarily duplicating the pose.
yeah, that's a good point. I remember way back when I went to art school for a little while and I was drawing a model, and some girl in the class kept saying I'm doing it wrong, you know. And I'm like, what do you mean I'm doing it wrong? There's a right way here, you know. And it was just because I was doing it quickly and just kind of putting my impression down of the model, and she was like, you're not being accurate. You're not drawing what's there. It looks good, but it's not what's there. And she was all pissed off about that. But I always like that, yeah. And I think like that's what you say. It's not necessarily accuracy. That's why like with a lot of these guys who like trace stuff and everything, and I know Strues and traces stuff, but I always think a lot of times it's kind of like a handicap. I hate to hear it when I hear like younger artists saying, "Oh, that's how to do it."
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, no, don't just rely on that immediately. Like learn how to draw, you know. That's where that style comes from. It doesn't have to be super accurate to look, you know, like a character looks like a person, but it's not accurate. So.
A friend of mine and I were discussing the difference between stuff that looks very, very drawn and where you can see like the brush strokes and where each spot of paint or graphite went or whatever, and kind of the discussion went to Steve Ditko versus Salvador LaRocca from who was like doing Iron Man and for Matt Fraction's run and a bunch of stuff, because he's got this very, very clean style. That kind of washes out all of the imperfections of, you know, just doing it by hand.
Yeah.
Then you compare it to Steve Ditko, who, you know, uses so many tiny little hash marks and everything. It looks like woodcuts.
Yeah.
And, you know, LaRocca is probably never going to be considered a classic or a master at the comics art form or just art in general. And Steve Ditko is already, you know, had more of an impact than almost anybody will. And
yeah, that's a great point, you know. And like technically, the one guy, you know, I don't know if Ditko could even do that really.
I don't think he can. None of his stuff looks realistic, you know, quote unquote, at all. But on the other hand, it's also so much more engaging and you know, emotional and gets a response from the reader, and that's, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a really good point there. I've never been attracted to like the super, you know, realism or like photorealism when it's like going clear to a photo. I remember like when I was kind of like in high school, coming out of high school, and you're kind of learning how to draw, trying to figure out where you're at with that. And I could take it to that, you know, but I never, the more accurate, the more realistic I got stuff, the less I liked it, you know. I was always on the style of like, and that's why I think I like comics, because comics have a lot of style and stuff. So I was always kind of on the, kind of trying to go that direction, make it more cartoony or make it more something, you know.
Yeah, well, more, just really more evocative. Just, you know, it's realism doesn't do any good if it's not engaging you in some way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So earlier I was chatting. Will Terrell had a hangout for his Patreons, but it was also just broadcast on YouTube. And I chatted with him a bit after that. He just asked how long we're going to be on. He might actually try to get in later.
Oh, wow, okay.
Thought I'd mention.
Nice.
Right on.
Start another show. Now we gotta keep going. Hang on here just in case.
Damn it.
I think you were joking around about like making this like the epic biggest show we've ever done or something. I thought you were just joking.
Well,
He was.
I don't joke.
Right. I should have knew better.
That was his secret agenda all along.
Hail Hydra.
Right, don't stop the flow.
I got a question.
Okay.
The guys, you guys that are doing like creator-owned comic, like the 100-day comics and stuff like that, what are you guys doing about copyright, if anything at all?
Well, Kenny, you've had your character a long time.
Yeah, I did like 1996. That's a long time ago. I did the Slayer one shot, and it was my first book. But I went ahead and submitted it to Library of Congress. I think it was $35 back then. It's probably a lot more now, but that's the only copyright I've ever gotten on the character, and that's just for the book. You know, I guess someone, I don't know if they can draw a character similar to that and get by with it or not, but as far as what I'm doing now, I'll probably do a new copyright once I do this new book. But yeah, the way to go is to submit it to the Library of Congress.
What did you get for your $35? It was just copyright, like not trademark or something?
Yeah, it's just a piece of paper stating it's copyrighted, and I guess the date, and it's the book title, and I guess the character within the book, or the likenesses of the character. I think a lot of people skip that step. I don't know. I think once you get copyright, I don't think you have to do every issue. I wouldn't think, but I'm not for certain on it. Might be something you want to Google.
Well, I was just wondering what's the legitimacy of, you know, publishing, like doing the 100 Days of Comics or whatever. You're publishing this stuff. It's time stamped.
Yeah.
Mean anything?
Well,
I guess
my understanding of it is, and for God's sakes, I'm a layman, so don't take this as legal advice. But my understanding of it is that you can't file a claim or a suit unless you have the copyright registered. I mean, the copyright is yours as soon as you make it, regardless if anybody sees it or anything. But you can't actually file a claim in court unless you have it registered. So I have heard people who have claims for whatever reason filing, even though they hadn't previously, filing a copyright and getting their book or their creation registered, and then filing suit after that.
I mean, I'm just a layman too, but the way I understood it was that, like once you create your work, it's like automatically copyrighted to you. That's what I understand about it. I don't know.
Well,
this whole like sending away, for copyright on a book and stuff. I don't know. I don't know. What do you think, Peter?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading Dan's message.
Reading comics. Never mind, Peter.
Peter's reading up on this stuff so he can charge for his legal services later.
Well, I'm not too heavy on the legal side of things, but I'm going to end up doing what Frank Miller did if I have to.
Going crazy.
Just put my name above everything and say it, like If Bright Eyes is a problem copyright-wise, then it'll just be Peter Palmiotti's Bright Eyes.
Yeah, Dan. I don't know
And
if
so on.
Daniel that's in the chat or like in the group, but we can't hear him. He actually
Can
said
you
that
hear me?
correct.
Can I
Oh
speak?
yeah, I got somebody there.
Oh, we
Can
hear
you hear me?
I see
Yeah.
Will Terrell.
Okay, if you can hear me, I can address this.
How's it
Go
going?
ahead, Dan. We can hear you.
All right. Well, I have a lot of intimate experience with this. I have a lawyer on staff of my company. So I print, 50-some books a year for many individuals, including myself. The act of creation is the act of copyright, but it's not the act of trademark. And so that's the answer. So you own it, you made it, and unless they come to sue you, you could make a book called I Love Spider-Man and sell it as your fanzine night and day, and if they never come to get you, they never come to get you. I know many people that produce fanzines, that really, they shouldn't, and so it's really a gray area. Now, if you want to go to Amazon or Random House or you want to produce a book professionally, you can't do that. You can't bring your fanzine about Spider-Man to Amazon.com and think they're going to print it. Like, they're not going to do that because you haven't got the permission of Walt Disney Studios to print that book. There's a lot of different things. I've had 5 books banned from Amazon for making a mistake. One of the biggest mistakes I made was I did a book review. Let's say there was a comic book in the past, 30 years old, which is what I did. It's a Jack Kirby comic book from 1974. I did a review of that book, and I printed a panel from the book. Well, they pulled my book off of Amazon because I don't own the copyright to, DC Comics. So it's very tricky, where you're going to go and how you're going to get stuff published. If you're under the radar, if you're self-publishing, hell, you could run a Kickstarter for, your self-published work. But, if they come along and get you, then they get you. Now, let's do the reverse of that, where, so let's say someone steals your work, which is what we're interested in. Someone comes along and takes Dan's work, which my work has been stolen 3 times from me. You have to go and find out who they are, and if they're in America, then you can sue them. If they're not in America, you can't sue them. I had a guy steal all my work out of America, and there's nothing I can do. He can publish it, print it, sell it. Now I can pull him off eBay. I can ban him from Amazon, but he can put up a website tomorrow morning called "Here's all Dan's books. Go ahead and buy them for 1 penny," and there they go. So I have sued several people in America and shut them down. Who've stolen my work, and that works. But you got to have a big hammer to knock people out, and you have to have something people want to steal. So usually, people won't steal your work. That's my advice. The act of creation will copyright it, and unless you really hit something good, you'll be okay. Where I see theft the most on the internet is when someone will post a picture, and then someone will take that picture and put it on their website and pretend it's theirs.
Yeah.
A lot of that is rampant. A lot of guys make a living on that, pretending they're other people. I've seen YouTube videos like, "This guy stole my work," And so that's probably the biggest theft. But I think all of us at our level are kind of protected. No one has ever stolen my comic work. No one cares. So, but other published works of great significance and great value, they have stolen. They take the PDF somehow, or they reprint it. I don't know how the hell they do it. Anyway, that's the answer to that. Jeff is absolutely correct. The moment you create it, you own it. Now, if someone steals it, you got to go prove it. You got to run them down like a dog and win the lawsuit, but you will win. That's the answer. But you guys aren't, and neither am I, ever going to create anything where somebody was going to go, "Holy crap, I got to steal that from Dan." No, that's never going to happen. I hope that helped.
No, I'm glad it did. Actually, I'm glad you got your mic working.
Yeah, I got an attorney. I deal with the guy every week. You wouldn't believe the crazy stuff. I had my copyrights all stolen from me, and for 3 years I had to fight in court, to prove they were mine and to prove I did it. And it's crazy how it actually works in this country. But if you can prove it, you win. But God forbid you can't prove it.
How does somebody steal your copyright?
All right, let's say you made a book called "Me, My Mom, and My Cat." All right? It was pictures of you, your mother, and your cat. I took that book and published it. And then one day you logged on and found a website called "Dan's Mom, His Dog, and His Cat." You went, "Wait a minute, that's my stuff. Dan has stolen my stuff." That's exactly
God damn it, Dan.
That's right. That's exactly what they do. They steal your stuff and begin to print it under a new label, a new name, they're collecting the money, and you don't get anything. So that's how they do it. They run off with your work. And then they say, hey, it's my copyright. It's not Dan's at all. And that's how I really know about trademark and all that law, how that works. So, you know, you have to go in and prove you did it. Now, the amazing thing about the book that he stole, my pictures of me were in the book. Me! So when I walked into court, I held up the thing and said, this is me. You know, this is actually me in the book who wrote the book. This is my wife in the book. So this is my book. And that really helped.
Yeah.
Because, you know, for 3 years, that guy stole almost $250,000 from me the way we figure it.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I had no money for 3 years. Could you imagine?
Man. When you won that settlement, what happened? Did he just lose the right to publish your stuff, or did you actually get money back from him, or was it
Great
impossible?
question, Jeff, because that was the first question I asked. You know how it works, Jeff? The same way it works in the real world. A guy comes along and steals your car stereo out of your car. The police call you up and go, hey, we got him. We nabbed that car salesman, you know, that thief. And you never get back your stereo. I don't know if you know that or not. You never get back your stolen property. So, no, I never got back a nickel.
I've
But
heard
I
that.
say it, Jeff, it transformed me into a different person. The first year I would watch the money come in and I wasn't getting any of it, and it made me physically ill, Jeff. I became ill like Scrooge, where I was like, oh my God, the money, the money, the money. I couldn't lose. I was losing thousands a week, and I was sick over it. So then I just said, I don't give a shit about money anymore. I had to stop caring because, you know, I'm riding the bus. I'm suffering. I got no medical. I got nothing. And, you know, I got no money. And I'm literally, my family and me are suffering. And I just had to transcend money and go, okay, then I may never make a nickel again.
Yeah.
Because the obsession of being robbed freaked me out.
Yeah.
You know, I wasn't ready for it. I wasn't emotionally tough enough to withstand it. Every day it was freaking me out. 1 month I lost over $35,000. And see, I still have it in my mind. See, it's still right there. I'm still like, oh my God, this money I lost. I got to let it go, you know, because it's like anything else. The only thing that really matters is your health and your family. That's all that matters.
That's true. Yeah.
Everything else you can replace. Anyway, that's been my experience.
Yeah. I noticed that Will came in the chat. Welcome, Will.
Welcome, Will.
Hey, Will.
Doing okay?
Kind of hear you.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, we like your videos, dude. We're all fans in here.
Oh, thank you. Oh, let me switch my mic. I think it might be. There. Is that better?
There you go.
I still had it set up from earlier. Sorry. Okay. So how's everybody tonight?
Good.
Oh, good.
Doing okay.
Nice.
How's the whole move to California going for you and everything? Getting work out there and everything?
It's been fun. It's been I just like meeting other artists and going to class and going to the beach. It's a lot better. Better than what I was doing in Texas. I'll say that.
That's awesome. Yeah, I was watching your videos about Jeff Watts' school, and I've always been super impressed by that guy's stuff and that whole thing out there.
All of the teachers at the school were, like, if you read Imagine FX, they do an article on a different teacher from Watts every month, it seems like.
Yeah.
They're just at a whole other level. Wish I could just stay and take classes forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where are all of y'all at?
I'm out in Colorado. Where are you guys?
I'm in Colorado.
Boulder.
Oh, okay. I used to live in Littleton.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Yeah. That's pretty close.
Where's everybody else at?
Oregon.
I'm in the LA area.
Oregon? Where else?
Mm-hmm. Outside of Tacoma, Washington.
Oh, wow.
Pennsylvania.
Oh, no.
Right in Philadelphia.
That's where I grew up.
Martinsville, Martinsville, Virginia.
Virginia?
Yeah,
That's
home
cool.
of the NASCAR track and nothing else.
That could be your autobiography. I was born on a NASCAR track.
That's Ricky Bobby's, isn't it?
Yeah, Peter, you're in Kentucky?
Yeah, Campbellsville.
That's awesome. I didn't mean to kill the conversation.
No.
Hey,
So what are you working on tonight, Will?
I can screen
Yeah.
share. Hang on. I'm just inking some prop designs for portfolio. Like cartoon props for animation.
Oh, cool.
Wow.
Are you doing those in Illustrator?
Huh?
Are you doing those in Illustrator?
Actually, I'm doing it in Photoshop. I should do them in Illustrator. It'd probably be a lot easier. I'm just more used to Photoshop right now.
They're super clean for Photoshop.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's a lot of. I've been inking for a long time, so.
Yeah, they're nice. We had you ever done any animation? I mean, you got such a cartoony style. You ever messed around with that at all?
Not actually animating, but I just like the way cartoons look. I like this chair, it's like a gamer chair.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah, earlier, Jim Luhan was on here. I don't know if you know him. He does animated shorts on YouTube and stuff. And
Oh, really?
does them all himself, you know.
Oh my god.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's really
definitely.
wild.
What's everybody else working on?
I'm drawing pages. I've got this comic book I'm doing. It's Morning Star. It's Lucifer's Fall from Heaven told as a Western. So I'm in the middle of page 22 of issue 4.
Oh wow. You're way into it. That's good.
So it's an 8-issue series, and not unfortunately, but I have a day job, so I don't get to crank out as many pages as I'd like. Otherwise, honestly, I probably would have been done with this series like a couple years ago.
What's your day job?
I am fortunate to have a creative day job. I'm a packaging designer for a toy company.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
Awesome.
I do a lot of work in Illustrator, to the point where when I started the job, I kind of felt like I knew Illustrator pretty well, but I also had that thing that most people have where they kind of hate Illustrator because it's not very intuitive.
Yeah.
And now I feel I use Illustrator probably more than Photoshop in my day-to-day work stuff.
Really?
So,
My
and I
wife-
definitely, I do all my lettering in Illustrator like a lot of people do, but anywhere that I can kind of do efficient stuff in Illustrator, I find Illustrator and InDesign are pretty helpful for a lot of the layout stuff.
Really?
And really Photoshop for me is just for resizing, patching pages, or dropping in like a gray tone to separate a foreground and a midground, But Illustrator is really kind of my bread and butter these days. So, I've learned to love the program where I can still remember the days when I hated it and why I hated it. So whenever I find somebody that's having trouble with Illustrator, it's like I can say, well, do it this way and that way. And I'm at the point now where I can still see that it's not intuitive, but I can see how I can't think of a better way to do the things that it does.
Right.
So, I won't necessarily complain about certain interface things. I'm just like, well, it kind of has to work this way in order to get the effect that you need it to do. There's some things where it's like, you can tell they just did it to make it different from Photoshop, but then there's certain tools where if you try to do it the way it worked in Photoshop, you wouldn't be able to manipulate it on a scalable level the way that, Illustrator, that's one of, its big strength is you can do stuff and it's resolution independent.
Right.
So.
Now,
Man,
what
I do
have
some
the,
illustration work in Illustrator.
Huh?
I do some illustration work in Illustrator, but it's not intuitive for me at all. I've had to force myself to get better at it. My wife, that's like all she uses.
Mm-hmm.
She's so much better at it than I am. And so I can see the benefit of it now, just because she explained it to me. Sometimes she'll vectorize an illustration for me to send to a client, and then I'll get the file back from her, and I'm like, what the hell is this? I go in layers, and she's like, oh, it's in layers, and I'm like, magic layers? Like, I can't figure out where the layers are.
Well, see, that's the beautiful thing. You start looking at it, and it's like, well, you know what? It has these each layer unto itself is like a group in Photoshop. So if you double-click the layer, you can go inside it and break it apart. Like, you know how everything is on different levels? You can send stuff forward and behind?
Yeah.
Just by clicking the little arrow on the layer palette, you can, like, break down and, like, drill down into Illustrator and see... You can see all the different objects that are inside of a layer. And then if you double-click on an object that's grouped, you can go inside of that group and just manipulate that. So it's like you start going like levels within levels within levels. It's like Inception. You want to go?
I've seen inside those layers before, and I get the idea. It sounds wonderful. But it's still, I'm like, I can't figure out what I want. Please help.
That's like one of the hardest things is like figuring out how to select exactly what you want to select.
Right. Yeah. Oh well. One of these days. I've been switching over to Manga Studio. I think it's for drawing, at least drawing comic books and stuff. I found it to be a more, because it's vector also, and the inking lines are just gorgeous in Manga Studio.
Are you just trying to go?
That's what I use for 90% of my everything now.
Oh yeah, you're drawing in it now.
I'm using it right now, as a matter of fact.
Now, have you found that you have a lag problem when you're using, like, you're streaming your screen?
No. I will if I set the screen share to just do Manga Studio. Like if I do that, then it slows down real bad. So I just have it share the whole screen, and then the lag problem goes away.
Oh, nice.
What do you?
What's up?
What do you guys use to
screen share
to record your screen? Do you not hear me?
Yeah, if you're breaking up a little bit, but if you mouse over on your on the window here, where we can see everybody's cam and everything, a little menu will pop out on the left, and there's a green monitor icon that you can click, and that'll share your screen for you.
In the Google Hangout.
In the Google Hangout, yes.
Say that again?
Yeah, okay.
Go to the left of your screen.
I'm on my phone. That's probably one of the reasons why I'm having such trouble.
You're what?
Yeah, I don't know if you can do a screen share on the phone. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that probably won't work.
Yeah, probably won't.
Give me a minute. Let me see if I.
So on Manga Studio, somebody tweeted out last week about if you can change in your preferences. It's just like this one little check mark that you do in Manga Studio, and suddenly it won't lag anymore. Because I had so much problem with lag anytime I play like videos or try and screen share it or screen cap. And just changing this one setting, let me see if I can find it real quick. Changing one setting in Manga Studio like made it so much faster. Let's see, it was under File, Manga Studio, Preferences. Yeah, here it is. So it's under Preferences, and you go to Tablet, and instead of 1, you change it to 6. And suddenly, it just went a million times faster. I don't know if you want to try that. But I mean, it's frustrating me for 2 years, and so it was such a simple solution. I'm like sharing it with everybody, like, look, it's magic.
Yeah.
I did the same thing because I couldn't figure out how to, and this is so stupid. I had this program for like 6 or 8 months and couldn't figure out how to make a curved line with the thing. It's like, that was beyond me. Yeah. And it just never occurred to me, oh, there might be a drop-down window on the straight line thing. That was not my proudest moment.
I think there's even French curves in there, too.
So don't tell anybody.
It's a
It'll be our
secret.
secret. Oh.
How many people still do? How many of y'all do digital, and how many do traditional?
I do traditional.
Oh, yes, you do.
I'm traditional,
Stuff's really good.
starting to mess around with digital.
Yeah.
I am. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying I'm the same way as Peter. I'm traditional, but I've got Mega Studio 5 now, and I'm playing around with it, but I'm a real newbie on it. I mean, it's a lot to learn.
I recommend checking out Doug Hill's YouTube channel. He's got some amazing tutorials on using Manga Studio, and he literally wrote the book on how to use Manga Studio.
Yeah, I've seen a few of them.
Manga Studio for Dummies.
Really good.
Like, just spend a couple hours watching his demos, and you will feel like a master of Manga Studio. And you're like, oh, it automatically draws lines in perspective for me. Oh my goodness, I can create perspective grids instantly. Like, it saves. So
That's my favorite tool.
Oh yeah,
on anything.
That's what we finally quit drawing comics in Photoshop and just switch over to that. And I'm probably gonna have to do the same thing with storyboarding too. Like I do my storyboards in Photoshop, but a lot of the studios are switching over to what's it called, Storyboard Pro, but it's like a $400 program.
Are you just going straight to digital now? I mean, do you ever sell any of your originals? I mean, I'm not really much into digital anyway, but like that would be my, the drawback to go digital for me is just like to take away that income.
Yeah, it depends on what the illustration's for. If it's for a client, I want to get it done really quickly, so it's all digital. If it's on my own project, like Super Zeros, I did all of those digitally. Like I drew them digitally, and I print them out onto Bristol board. Print like non-photo blue lines onto Bristol board, and then ink it traditionally. That way, I've still got original artwork to sell.
Yeah.
But I mean, drawing digitally is like 10 times faster.
Yeah.
So I recommend it for a lot of stuff. But, I don't want to switch over completely to digital because, I really like drawing traditionally.
Yeah. I don't know. To me, I had just such a hard time keeping interested in it when I messed around with it, which I'm not saying, one way or the other, but just for me.
Oh, yeah.
It just seemed like, I don't know, where's the original? I'm not done yet. It's not here.
But not everybody can sell like, for me, a lot of my freelance work was like, there's no way I was going to sell originals of like an ice cream truck or, or of a whatever, like, I don't know. I've done so many freelance drawings over the years, and so those they don't even make sense to do traditionally anymore.
Yeah.
I find I sell far more art prints than I do of originals, so it's like, even though I tend to draw them as in tradition, I draw them the pencil drawings are traditional, and I'll sell those, but I scan them in and color them digitally. And the idea of I actually miss painting. Like I did my first physical painting for the first time, like in years, about a month ago, and it made me say, "Oh God, I miss this so much." But in terms of doing pieces that actually sell, I sell a lot more of the prints, and the prints are colored digitally, and so I figure it allows me to crank out more work. So it's almost like the process is leading it more than the desire to do the traditional work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to give up though, especially if you've got a system down.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a look and all that kind of stuff. It's like what you're going after, what your end goal is. So.
Well, I mean, hell, if there was a period where all I was doing was like a couple of years ago, before I really started working on the comic stuff, I was just doing acrylic paintings, and like acrylic and pen and ink, and I loved it, and that was just what my process was.
Yeah.
But you know, and I actually still miss that a lot. It's just a matter of I don't think my color sense is the greatest, and I like. You know what's funny is not only do I experiment with the color in digital, like it allows me to try a lot of different color schemes, but even when I was doing traditional acrylic paintings and some large ones, I would still take my sketches, bring those into Photoshop, and I would basically do like a couple of different color comps in Photoshop before I would go back to traditional and do the painting.
Mm.
And
I've actually done that a couple times. Just throw it
Yeah.
in there just real quick just to see what colors are going to look good. Never hurts.
Well, yeah, I know. Like a lot of people, you know, in the old school, it's like you would just photocopy your sketch and then just go over with watercolors and do like 5 or 6 different quick, you know, comps just to figure out how you're going to go. So yeah, it's the same difference.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And I've experimented with that painting copies, not recently, but at different times. I never could quite get that to work right, though, for me.
What do you mean?
Well, just getting it on the right kind of paper. I like to paint on board and stuff, and now I'm painting on, like, MDF, so can't run that through a printer.
No.
So.
Well, not with that attitude.
No, man. I need a new kind of printer. Working on that.
Yeah, I had a party with a bunch of friends a couple of weeks ago, and my whole thing is, you know how you've got the civilians, and they always like, dude, you never want to hang out because you're always working. So I invited a bunch of friends over, and my plan was got a bunch of cheap canvases and some cheap ass brushes and acrylics. Said, hey, we're gonna hang out and drink and paint. And you know, I was the only like another friend of mine was an artist, but for the most part it was like a group of non-artists, and they loved it. They had a blast, and I was thinking, well, I'll paint for a little while, and then I'm gonna pull out my comic pages, and I'm just gonna work on my book while I'm hanging out with them.
Yeah.
But I ended up spending the night. I ended up working on 2 different paintings. So it was very gratifying. It made me realize I need to come back to traditional. But the main thing for me was just tricking my non-artist friends into doing what we're doing now.
Yeah. Yeah, the art hangout, art sketch group or whatever, definitely. I do miss that, actually, you know, just hanging out with a bunch of guys sketching. Maybe I should try to sketch to these things, because I don't know.
Why
I
aren't
used to
you
go to
sketching?
Denny's and do it.
Go grab your pencil right now and start sketching.
I'm just sketching. I'm hosting and sketching.
Yeah, these things are the most productive I ever get, because one, I'm distracted with a nice conversation, and 2, I know I can't cheat too much because I'm broadcasting. If I start slacking out and doing something else, you guys can see that.
I've got some friends that I hang out with on Skype, and we get together 3 or 4 times a week and just work on graphic novels together. You okay back there?
Wow.
And we just work on graphic novels together, and they put out. I'm the weak link in the whole thing because I'm all like talking and la da 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 da. And they've put out 3 graphic novels like between them. I'm like, oh my god.
That's awesome. And you get together like how many times a week to do that?
They get together every night, but I only get on like 3 times a week. So I'm
Yeah, that's the key, man.
kind of a slave.
Yeah.
But yeah, they've got and they all do they've all done Kickstarters to raise money for their books, and they've all done really well. And now
Yeah.
they're all like out promoting their books, and I'm like, you jerks. But I think part of the problem was I started off like they had already been doing it for like a year when I met them, and so they were already like way into their first graphic novels and so on.
Yeah.
It helps having other people to work on a project with.
Yeah. Yeah, man. That maybe that's an idea for another show, Peter. Can you fit one in your schedule, like the graphic novel 2-hour hangout every night? You guys just start busting comics out. I'd be
So
into that.
how does the Skype thing work? Is it just like
It's
you're
just
bouncing ideas around, or?
Yeah. That I mean, it depends on what they were passing around scripts and getting critiques from people, and then once the scripts were finished, It was just getting on every night and working on pages until the books were finished.
That's freaking awesome.
Yeah, and then once the books were finished, it was, all right, let's do a Kickstarters, and so they all did Kickstarters, and pretty well.
Who are they, actually, if you don't mind saying?
One of them, Stephen McCraney, he does this webcomic called Brick by Brick.
Hmm.
But he's done stuff for Penguin Publishing. Like, he did a comic called Mal and Chad for Penguin he did like 3 volumes, 3 graphic novels for young adult books. But yeah, the Brick by Brick did really well. He made like $40,000 on it from the last Kickstarter.
That's awesome.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've never heard of Brick by Brick, but is it a Lego themed comic?
No, it's sort of like it's sort of like what I do with videos, but for a graphic novel. It's like self-help for artists.
Mm.
It's not a how to draw book. It's like a how to be an artist book. It's pretty cool. You should look it up. They're all free on his website. He just collected them all into a book.
That sounds awesome. I'll definitely check it out.
And then another one is
definitely check it out. Yeah.
my friend Michael Regina. He's got his first one out. It's called Adamsville. Sort of like a Super 8 meets Goonies kind of thing.
Yeah, that's pretty cool right there.
Huh?
I said, that's pretty cool. I'm surprised I never thought about it, really. You know, we used to do the art hangout thing all the time, and we used to always complain we're always drawing on our sketchbooks and not doing, like, real work, you know? It seems like, God, that's like a no-brainer.
You know,
You're so productive, you know?
Now you can do it.
I know it. The
No
technology's here.
We
man.
could be making comics.
So, like, if you guys were to do that, what would your goals be?
I don't know.
There's a group of artists out here in LA that we get together once a month, and we call it Coffee and Comics as opposed to Drink and Draw. We just meet at a coffee shop, and every month they have a different theme. So sometimes it's just whatever movie is out, like we had a Guardians of the Galaxy theme night before, or we'll have like a Star Wars theme or whatever's just in pop culture. But every time we go, I always bring my comic pages, and I'm all, my theme is finishing my book.
Yeah. That was the theme of our Skype group, is finish the book. That's the mantra. Finish the book. Every week it was finish the book.
But I just started.
Huh?
I'm just kidding.
But I mean, I always found it was weird. Like I never poo-pooed the theme, but I just said this is what I'm going to do, and I always kind of like in my mind I'm all, why are you guys dicking around with this instead of just working on whatever you need to get done? I mean, the point of us hanging out is to sit down and keep each other company and have fun and have the camaraderie. But none of us feel like we ever have enough time to be creative. So let's sit down and have fun, but have fun and work on whatever you need to get done the most.
Yeah.
It's hard, though. Drawing comics is hard, yo.
Yeah. Drawing comics
I'm a
is tough.
taskmaster.
I've done it professionally for over a decade, and I'm like, I don't think I'm good at comics.
Yeah.
Then I'm screwed.
I know I'm not good at comics, but that is no excuse.
There you go.
And on that note, I gotta take off, guys.
Good meeting
See you, John.
Take
Sorry.
care, John.
Good
Nice
meeting
meeting you new guys. I'll talk to y'all later.
Thanks for hanging out.
All right.
Great piece, by the way.
Yeah, we.
But yeah, I have a group of friends, sort of like I post on Comic Fury, which is a free hosting webcomic site, and I have a Facebook group with them, but it doesn't seem to go anywhere. And I tried to get them together in Skype chats, just to talk about, how do you promote your comics, or how do you do things better, or how do you, conventions or whatever. But, to get people motivated, it's tough.
Well, I agree with you, but I think that's one of the cool things about what you've been doing, Peter, in terms of pulling creatives together, is that when you're around people that are motivated and they're just like, I'm doing it come hell or high water. If you want to hang out and roll with me while I do, then I appreciate the company.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like,
this is the bus. Here's where it's going. You can either get on or get off, yo.
I mean, yeah, that really adds to the creative energy, is being around people that are above all determined.
Yeah.
Determination seems to be what gets shit done.
Yeah, I agree actually. And there is something about it when you're with when you're with people for some reason, you just get down to work. I don't know. I can do that myself too, but it's like I don't know. You definitely can fool around also.
Yeah, it's true. Sometimes my hand gets a little tired, or I'm like, you know what? I'm a little hungry. Let me just watch a little Aqua Teen Hunger Force while I have a snack. It's too easy to do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I was actually trying to cram dinner down my pie hole before this started, and I thought to myself, I'm going to be sitting here talking to you guys, drawing, they're just listening to you guys talk. I'm just sitting here eating a piece of pizza, and you're just like, I could do that. Draw, hang out, eat, dinner and an art piece.
Totally. Well, shoot. I don't know. I'm running out of steam, man.
Getting late.
Pretty late for you guys. I'm still like.
Come on, we just started.
I don't know.
Thanks for having me on.
Oh man, of course. It's
Yeah.
awesome having you
Yeah,
on.
totally. It's nice to meet you, dude.
Oh, I want to mention this Artcasters Hangouts. This is a weekly show, but we also have a Facebook group that I'll invite you in if you want to post your videos there or artwork or whatever.
Sounds good.
Feel free.
Yeah, totally. Come and post in the group. I'm sure everybody be into, especially the videos, because it's all kind of about people putting out videos about their art and stuff. So, yeah, you're totally welcome to come in, Will.
Sweet. Thanks, you guys.
Thanks for coming.
Keep smiling. Bye.
Jonas, he come in a little late. I didn't really catch what he was working on, or are you working on a comic, or are you do digital art, or?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. All of it. Where I was at tonight. I posted to Facebook.
Okay. Cool.
Oh, neat.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hoping to put that on, what is it, eBay tomorrow.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Did, actually,
Post it in the group.
yeah. I was just thinking, I saw somebody else with the eBay store. Have you linked any of your stuff from the group to eBay yet?
That'll be the first thing that I post to eBay.
Okay. Are you just starting out on eBay then, or whatever?
Yeah, this is that was actually like you guys have helped out a lot. I feel like for the first time in a year, I've got like a good direction as to exactly what I want to do.
That's really cool. Yeah, I was just.
Oh.
Yeah, I was thinking I was followed your link over there, but actually I think it was this other guy, Kieran Breach was the one I saw. He's just started posting some stuff there too. But yeah, that's cool, man. I hope it works out for you.
I'm hoping to once I'm still having problems with the computer, but I have a plan for a 100-day comic book, which will turn into hopefully an ongoing series, doing the Patreon thing, and so hopefully by next week or the week after I'll be up and going.
Awesome.
Cool.
Excellent.
Yeah, Yeah. And I mean, I feel like you guys like, propelled it into the stratosphere because I was just kind of like mulling along, like, what am I doing? And there's just so much information here, and I'm so grateful.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know. It's good. I mean, that's what I was hoping would happen with a lot of people. Just, I don't know. It's hard figuring it out on your own. I've been struggling, and still, just trying to figure out what works and how to do it and how to make it work. You know it's there, but it's just hard to figure it out, and I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just like, I mean, for lack of better words, I've totally just immersed myself in the Artcasters thing and tried to learn as much and just soak it all up as quickly as possible from you guys.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm doing the same thing. I'm listening to everybody else, so I think it's great that people are making videos now, and there seems to be kind of a community building, and I don't know. Not that they weren't doing it before, but
I've done this in like a couple of other places, but you guys, it seems like the camaraderie is there, and there's no like none of that like weird turmoil stuff going on,
Yeah, I know. I hate that. Yeah. Some boards, like I remember the concept.org board just was like, just all drama and fighting all the time, and everybody hated each other, and just like, I don't know. Just doesn't help.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
Just make me happy.
Yeah.
Do people still go to conceptart.org?
I don't know. I've been over there a few times, dude. That board is so dead. I don't know. I posted a few things. I get like no comments. They changed it around a lot. I think they're trying to sell their like courses now and shit. So I think the forum has just died. So. Did you used to go hang out there, Kenny?
I when at first I heard about it years ago, I think I joined, but I may have went a few times. But I mainly hung out at like Digital Webbing.
Yeah, that's a good board. I still go over there sometimes.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, the site's gone, but forums.
Yeah, the forums. Yeah.
Yeah. Go troll the the job postings forums for like free jobs to work on.
Yeah.
I remember a long time ago I pulled like one out of there. It was like $500 to paint this guy's like fantasy art book cover. And he totally paid me and everything. I thought that place was great. Never did it again though. This has just been a one-time deal,
Wow.
It's funny though. It's like I noticed like just I don't know when I was there last, a few weeks ago or something, but it's like you still see the same guys posting their job things in there. You see same guys still doing their indie comics and trying to do their anthologies and stuff. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, I need to get back over there. I hadn't been lately.
Yeah.
Definitely.
It's hard to find like good communities. I mean, I used to do digital webbing and then the concept.org one. Even though I kind of hated that one.
Yeah.
And what else? Like I used to go to Wet Canvas. I don't know. Have you ever been there? It's like an art. It's more like a general art thing, but it kind of has like comics and fantasy parts to it. But it's like hard to even find like good boards like that anymore. They seem to have all just kind of gone away.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you guys know any others or?
Does anybody mess with Behance?
Yeah, I do the Behance thing.
I've never been on there once, so I don't even know what. I mean, it just looked like all of a sudden there was a button to like for a DeviantArt for Photoshop attached to my Photoshop. So I was like, well, what's? I haven't dug into it to see what's out there.
Yeah, it's kind of like an Adobe, Adobe's version of DeviantArt, but it's like I just don't get any. I get like these likes, and it's kind of like got the like almost like Tumblr where you kind of got like likes and this and that, but there's just hardly any like interaction there. But I've been posting like since I've started, a while ago, just like with the Artcasters, videos and stuff. I've been posting all those pieces, and just kind of seeing if it would do anything, but it just really hasn't. Just hasn't been much action there. So, but they sure do have a lot of awesome art there. Like just on the front page, and if you follow people on there, it's like you know, kind of opens up a lot of stuff you might want to look at, and just like gorgeous stuff, but not a lot of, I don't know, benefit I think coming from it right now. But I heard, like, I think I was listening to one of those self-publishing podcasts, and this girl was talking about finding her cover artists on Behance. So I thought, well, maybe I'll go over there and see if anybody wants something. Nobody's really searched me out though.
I thought it was just like a gallery site.
Yeah, it pretty much is, you know.
Yeah.
Post your stuff and people can come look and whatever.
Has anyone
comment.
sold on Amazon fine art at all here?
No, that's something I want
Amazon,
to try.
I bought a magazine last month all about it, and Amazon plans to take over the whole world.
Mhm.
And
They got the drones.
their fine art thing is really amazing. They're pushing it. They have all different sections and galleries. I just wonder if anybody tried it yet. I'm thinking about trying it because their searchability is so great. Let's say you specialized in drawing shoes or feet. You could type in feet, and somebody would find your painting, and that's the awesome thing about Amazon, and I think that's why I'm able to sell on there, is I can put a topic like my left foot, somebody searches it, Amazon serves it up to them, and I sell them a book.
Yeah.
It's the searchability of Amazon is the key to their success.
Yeah. The only thing that's been stopping me from trying the Amazon thing, because I totally went over there looking and just, have been meaning to do it, is just I think you got to sign up for the, like the seller account, which is like $40 a month or something to give it a shot.
No, it's free. It's free.
Are you sure for the original art, though?
Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
See, I thought that was one of the. There's different categories where you can't actually sell free on there, and I think that actually is in one of them. But
It's
I'm not
worth it,
100%
Jeff.
sure.
They got the traffic, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you have the talent. See, you'll make a living on that place.
Well, I've been thinking about it, and I've been looking, and there's other guys selling similar stuff on there. So.
Dude, it's $40, and what do you have to lose? I mean, you sell one piece, you'll make it back.
Yeah. I don't know. $40 is still a lot to me right now. But.
Jeff is not the long tail sale guy. He is not.
Yeah, like turn and burn those babies on eBay. That's how I like it.
I'm trying to sell like municipalities and governments my artwork now, and it takes like a year or two to sell them a painting.
Wow.
But every government in every city has money. Every one of them.
Well, even isn't there a setting on the fine art that you can sell to like ABC or NBC or something like that? They'll use them as like backdrops or Sunday morning or
I didn't know that.
I sold a painting to that Arrow TV show.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. The Arrow people called me up and said we need this exact thing, and I drew it for them. They paid me $2,200.
Wow.
Freaking awesome money.
Not bad. I'm sold on it.
Hey Dan, you said are you publishing? You said books on Amazon. That just caught my interest. I mean, are you publishing books, or comic books, or what? What are you doing there? If you want to talk about it.
I'll talk about it. I started 9 years ago, and I wrote a bunch of fitness books directed exactly at women because I owned a women's gym for 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I wrote fitness books for women athletes, and they did very, very well. Now, Amazon didn't even exist at that point at the place it is now. It existed, but it wasn't like it is. It didn't own the market. I built a website. I ran $15,000 worth of ads a year, and it made me a fortune.
Yeah.
So then everything sort of changed. It's like no one goes to my website anymore, Jeff. In the last 24 months, it's like the whole web became Facebook.
Yeah.
And so that changed me from making a living on women's fitness books to not making a living. Now, in the meantime, I run into people constantly who want books made, vanity publications, blah, blah. I make it for them. Now, I'm going to tell you the truth so you understand what's going on. Being Dan Burke is a liability. It's a good thing and a bad thing. So I created several identities a few years ago that aren't me. And these identities market things in ways for me that I could not. For example, a 22-year-old girl can sell things that I cannot. I'm a 60-year-old man. So my 22-year-old girl persona, and I'm not kidding you, sells very, very well. So I write under what you and I call pseudonyms. Stephen King did it. Many people do it. So I started creating stuff under pseudonyms. I created direct marketing. I have a book on how to grow the perfect marijuana garden, Jeff. And it sells a shitload of copies for me. But it's not under my name. So that's how I did it. Now, 99% of my stuff doesn't sell at all. But I have over 200 books in print that I own the copyright to. And I average around 60 to 90 books a day.
Wow.
My best Kindle day is 180 on Kindle.
Yeah.
So that's how I do it. It's all luck, crapshoot, and I draw about 2 to 3 pages a day, so I produce what you and I would call a comic book every 3 weeks.
Wow.
So I contract with people who actually love to have people who can finish deadlines. I'm one of the rarest in the whole world.
Yeah.
So I spit out work in a way that is very rare.
Yeah.
But it's the fire that burns quite as strong goes out. So this is the end for me. I'm at the peak of my creative power at the end of my life, and this is where I should be at my age. You know what I mean? I should be as good as I'm ever going to be. And of course, you draw twice as good as I do. But I found a niche market, and I found a way to make a living in this after the last 30 years, and it's been rolling along. And of course, the internet keeps changing. That's what's pissing me off. Is the rules are different every single day.
Yeah.
And that's what's weird. Like Amazon, I took a bet on Amazon 24 months ago and shifted everything I have to Amazon. Everything. And that was a big bet. I stopped being independent. I let them be my company. So anyway, that's how I do it, Jeff. That's the complete answer. And I think you could probably sell books, but who knows? I've written books I thought would sell. They were brilliant books with pretty girls on the covers and stuff. Never sold 1 unit.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of loss of time and money.
Right. No, I appreciate you telling me that. That's honestly a lot of like what I've been hearing that is going on with Amazon.
Do you see what I'm drawing in here? This is like a piece for a magazine cover. I got this magazine that buys like 3 illustrations a month my whole life.
Yeah.
And so every month they send me what they want. So this month they want a witch. It's a particular lady that they know flying on the cover. So I try to produce 2 or 3 of these a day, and that's how I literally make a living. I go as fast as I freaking can.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. I mean, I'm getting that too. I mean, I remember that message you gave me on Patreon. And, a lot of what you're saying there, even though I don't know if I'm going to be doing portraits or not, but like a lot of what you're saying there's like already kind of what I'm trying to do.
I thought it would be. You're a smart guy. We all arrive at the same conclusions. It's like art. We all know we have to teach ourselves eventually. It's
right.
All the same conclusions. And how I make money won't be how you make money, because it's all temperament driven and personality. Mm-hmm. It's so tricky. I get a phone call every day from what I call an insane client who wants something I can't do for them, and it's tricky.
Yeah.
You don't want to piss people off.
Right. That's a good point.
And I piss them off too, man. Oh my God, So I got to keep it zipped, But I'm very blessed that I'm healthy enough to make a living at this point. But my time is running out, man. I wear 8 different pairs of glasses. I am so freaking blind. I'm almost to the point I can't drive. I'm so blind. I mean, it's really scary. So this is what it is. But I'm really lucky. I'm really blessed, and I have no complaints. But Amazon and Kindle, I think everybody should try it just to try it.
Right.
Got nothing to lose.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I've been totally thinking the same thing, and I don't know. I need to bear down and get at least some books up. But yeah, that whole original art thing too. I got to give that a try too. You're right. Kindle is Amazon is going to own the world here pretty soon. Just like you said, the whole web is going to Facebook.
It's just amazing. People, if you make a subject on something specific, like whatever it could be, they have built an algorithm so folks can find it, and that's the key. Like right now, we are like hidden secrets. No one knows we even exist. I mean, my network must be less than 1,000 people. That's absurd.
Yeah.
I sell more person to person than I sell on the internet. I go out in the world and I meet people and I say, hey, my name's Dan. I should draw your portrait, and I should draw your wife's portrait, and I should draw your cat and your dog. And I give my business card and I go, I'm really good. Hire me. And I do that to everybody I meet. And like every couple of weeks, 4 or 5 call up and go, I'm having a wedding, an anniversary. And as you know, Jeff, I can do a portrait in about 10 minutes. It's lovely to make that kind of money. You know, that's the one thing I can do super fast, super easy in my sleep. So they shoot me a photograph. I take out the paintbrush. I shoot them, you know, back the thing, and I'm done. And, you know, I've done as many as 40 portraits in a month. So it's been a wonderful living for me.
Yeah.
You know, that's only 400 minutes, Jeff. That's one day for you.
Right.
So, you know, I see that you draw head and shoulders above me, and, you know, that's why I'm thinking if I could, you know, jump in this guy's body, what would I do? So you just have to channel, somehow take your excellent skill and find the rich people that need it, because that's the key, rich people,
Yeah.
and sell it to them. Like my gym, I threw all the poor people out, and I specialized only in rich people. And my friends thought I was crazy, because they're like, you're cutting your own throat. But it turns out that rich people always have money.
Yeah.
And if you can find them, if you can crack them, it's never about money. It's when can I have it. That's when you know you got the right customer. They ask you when. Not how much, not the la. It's when can I have it. And then you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I answer everything as far as I can. I hope it probably doesn't help you too much, but I think you could kill it. I think you are barely scratching your potential as what you could do. Your problem is time. You're caught in between having to make a monthly living, so you know you can't really do a 6-month plan out because you have to pay the bills tomorrow.
I know.
And that stresses you. That must be a horrible stress on you every day. It wears on you because you know I've lived it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, will I make enough money? Will I make enough money? And it just tortures your ass. I know because I've been there. I've been tortured.
It's just part of it, though. It's just what's happening now, you know.
Oh,
but it's
you
going
crush it,
better.
though.
It's going better, you know. And it's going to get better, too, as it goes, too. So.
There's nothing you can't draw, though, man. I mean, that's everybody. Everyone's really good. I mean, everyone has a special skill and brings it. I see that. There's thousands of people on the internet that are great. You know that.
Yeah, you bet. You bet.
Go to DeviantArt and just start crying every night because they're all great.
It's true. It's true.
It's true. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I'm you. I had a crisis where I was just like, I'm going to go, you know, back into the gym business and stop drawing because there's people who are so great, like those brothers who do those paintings and stuff, where I don't even know where to begin to get that good. It's like, damn, like I have to live another couple lifetimes to get there.
Right. Yeah.
But I had to stop that. I had to figure at my level, even if it's as shitty as can be, there's still people who will buy it.
I think that's a super good point, you know. That's what so many people have to realize, and including myself, you know, because you know, it's hard on myself as anybody. And, you know, you got to get to that point where it's like you can do what you can do, like make what you can do work.
I know a portrait artist that does what you and I would call shitty portraits.
Mm-hmm.
He became famous by walking around the city and drawing whoever sat down in front of him for 5 minutes. He got so famous for doing shitty portraits that he is busy day and night, people seeking him out, sitting down and going, draw my portrait. It's very cartoony and esoteric. It's not accurate. Mm-hmm. But my God, just the act of doing it has made him a complete living. I just read a whole 8-page article about him.
Yeah.
And I'm like, holy shit, he made it, you know? They're writing about him.
Right.
So that's it. Here's a guy with very little skill and talent, in my estimation, and he is killing it.
Yeah.
You just have to put yourself out there and try.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You know, and you guys are killing. Look how far you guys have come with this video stuff.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's made everybody's life a little bit better. That's the one thing I have seen. I haven't seen one person sort of it destroy their life to make 100 days of making comics. It seemed to be a good thing for everyone. And there's very few things you can say that about, boy.
Yeah. I agree. I think the video thing is huge, actually. You know what I mean? Maybe it's not blowing us up into this like superstars or anything, but I think that you're right. Anybody that's doing it, it's helping them in some way.
Yeah, I'm shocked at how much it's affected things and done people. And I've met a lot of cool artists like you and other people who are doing really cool stuff. You know, it doesn't seem like it works because it's kind of like growing hair. It seems like your hair's not growing until you take a photo. And then you look at it 6 months later and you see all this progress. That's the problem. We're sitting around in the trenches. We can't see our hair growing. It sucks.
Right.
And that's the problem. You have to hold on through those points where it's just so shitty.
Yeah.
And it is shitty. It sucks not to have money. Oh my God.
Totally.
You know, I don't have to explain it to you. Anybody who's an artist knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Totally.
And people always ask me, like my mom, when she introduces me to people, she goes, here's my son, the doctor, here's the lawyer, here's the genetic engineer, and here is Dan. He hasn't quite figured out what he's doing yet. He's sort of in the gym business, sort of a writer, sort of a, whatever an artist is. You know, so she has to make an excuse for me. I'm 60 years old. She should not have to apologize for me.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's no respect to being an artist. No respect.
No. No, I know. My family's the same way. I remember when I was doing sketch cards, one time my brother like introduced me to somebody, he was like talking about me, and they asked him, oh, did he ever do anything with his art? And he's like, no.
Oh,
What do you mean? I just never been doing art. You know. It's funny.
It is funny. You got to do it for your own reasons. That's the truth.
Yeah. Would you say
It's
that
sad you have to
is?
sell art to people.
I know. Would you say that is like? I mean, just out of my own curiosity. I mean, do you think that is like a lot of your success? Then is the speed thing really?
Yes, now it is. Yes, now it's the math, Jeff. Yes, it's math. Being able to do this so quickly. And also, I have a slow style, by the way. You're looking at my quick style.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I could noodle it, and kill myself, but I won't do that anymore. I found a style that I can sell to people that they'll accept and I can make a living at. So I sort of had to, do that. Now I have, paintings I go crazy at. Speed's important. I think, what do I think the key that's for me currently? I think the key for me currently is, you guys all know who Ryan Estrada is, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, that guy's a freaking genius. I think we could agree on that. 5 years ago, he started his website, Cartoon Commune, selling comics. Well, within 1 hour of seeing him do it, I did mine. I started up Color Custom Comics, but I really went for the search engine stuff, and I really went at that really hard, and I think I'm findable really, really well. So like I said, I think there's a lot of artists better than me, but I'm always right up there. I always get a turn. I think that's what's working for me now is that website brings me so much business I can't keep up. And so I'm picking and choosing with who I pick. I try to pick the easiest clients with the least amount of work. And that's what I do.
Very cool. No, I mean, this is great stuff. I'm always interested in somebody that's making it work. So.
Yep, but out in the world, I meet people all the time. I'm in nightclubs, restaurants. I give away a lot of art too, Jeff. I go out and I buy a $4 frame at Walmart, and I'll buy like 10 of those every week. And then I'll make 99-cent prints that are 11 by 17, and I will give them away to the lawyer, to the doctors I meet, to nurses, to children's moms who I want to date. I will try everything with my art to network with people and make friendships. And people are blown away when you hand them art. For people who can't draw, it's a magic trick.
Yeah.
So you hand it to them, and they're like, holy wow. So that is something I've done this year huge. I have networked with my art, and that has brought me rich people who call me up on the phone and go, I want you to draw for me. I ran into, Megan, and I was at her house, and I saw your picture hanging on her wall, and she told me who you were, and she told me how cool you were, and now I want to hire you. And man, I am killing it with that.
That's awesome.
I give away a piece of art at least every other day.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it sounds nuts, but I tried to be picky who I gave it to. Like, I just gave it to the guy, the millionaire that owns the car dealership here. He just renovated his dealership. And I go, you should have someone draw your dealership. Here's my card. Here's a picture of the city. And he's like, wow, this is really cool. So he's going to remember me.
Yeah.
Now I'm trying to get a couple $1,000 render out of him because he's a rich man.
Yeah.
So, that's how I do it. I almost like I target like an assassin. I figure out who's got cash. It's like dating a woman. You figure out who you want, and you go after her. And so it's like these municipalities I'm going after. Governments have money. You know, they will plunk down $20,000 on a single illustration. But you've got to give them proposals. You've got to submit it. You've got to do it all right. But they got to give that money away every year, Jeff. They got to spend it, or the Fed doesn't give them any more money.
Yeah.
So they got to find some poor schnook like me to give the money to. So that's my next plan. I'm gonna try to stop selling to people. I'm gonna start trying to sell to cities and governments and people who have big
And corporations.
money. Yes, people who can afford to lavishly pay me. So that's how I think. Now, yeah, you see a big insight into my creative mind.
Well, those corporate art installations are huge business. People who get, those contracts to do like artwork in the lobbies of some massive company's office building. I mean, you look at David Cho. He was made a millionaire because he did the graffiti artist who did the murals on like Facebook art office.
It's all cachet. What you've hit it is David Cho. You just said the right word. It's cachet. So the thing is you got to have a certain cachet. Like a 22-year-old girl who can draw really well, and I'm just saying, she has a certain cachet that a 60-year-old geezer never will. And so her prints, her art, her persona will make her money in a way that Jeff couldn't, that Peter couldn't. And it's true. Your persona opens doors for you. Now, you're not thinking that's true, but I'm telling you, pretty girls in our society are treated better than anyone.
Yeah.
So if people perceived you as a pretty girl, you would sell as a pretty girl. Have you ever written somebody on the internet who ever wrote you back? Of course you have. That's just a yes. Well, if a pretty girl writes a guy on the internet, do you know he always writes back? Ah! I'm probably not telling you something you don't know, but most people aren't as evil as me and don't use it to their advantage. But I have to make a living. My family's depending on me to be smart and clever, and I try to outthink everybody. You know, like I looked at Jeff's business like a model, and he reminds me of this Mike Hall guy. It's like the same business model the two of them use. And I was thinking to myself, is that a good business model for me? eBay, blah, blah, blah. Now, in the past, it was. But I can't make a living off of eBay anymore. No one buys my art. It's complete dead end. So it doesn't work for me what works for Jeff.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work. You know, and so we each have to find our way. And that's why I'm forced to go to cities and municipalities, because I couldn't sell a pixel off of eBay.
Right, yeah.
You know, and so aren't we all forced to do it and find our way? You know? What works for you will not work for me.
Yeah. No, I agree, actually. You gotta, like, customize it and tailor it to your strengths and stuff, or whatever, whatever you can figure out. So.
And opportunity.
Yeah. Good point.
Like this guy who just built the car dealership in my town. You guys can't get to him.
Yeah.
But I know he needs a beautiful painting in his lobby of his new dealership because I know his ego needs that. So I'm going to go by every couple days and go, hey, Adam, you should have me paint your painting. See, I've done Disney studios and beautiful properties. I can prove it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get that guy to hire me.
That's awesome.
Because he can afford it.
Yeah.
And he doesn't hate me, by the way. I bought a car from him. He knows me, so it's that kind of thing. I'm working a relationship.
Right. It's got to, yeah. That's awesome.
But anyway, that's how I do it. But, yeah, I wish I was smarter because I'm a 99% failure. Almost everything I try fails. I mean, guys, I have over 40 different websites out there of different flavors. I told you about the cartoon one because it's working. Animation Ace never sold a thing. A whole animation business I set up, trademarking, thousands of dollars spent, never made a nickel. So I've really made some huge boners.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's part of it, though. You just don't know until you give it a shot, A lot of these ideas, and it's not a bad idea sometimes to just go off and with like you said, a pseudonym or something like that, and do something in where,
Smartest thing I ever did, Jeff.
Yeah.
Smartest thing. You ever hear of Sally Buscema? You know who she is?
Yeah, actually.
Stephanie Buscema, Stephanie. She's Buscema's granddaughter.
Daughter, yeah. Or granddaughter, actually.
All the covers and stuff she gets?
Mm-hmm.
It's all connections.
Yeah. Well, in
And
that
man,
case,
does
for sure.
she sell? She can't keep her prints in stock. Gosh, I wish I had 1/10 of her career. Yeah, I follow people, and I try to understand how they did what they do. And sometimes after I follow them, I figure out that it wouldn't work for me. It's like, follow an NBA basketball player. He's tall. What he does won't work for me. So, but certain times I see people's stuff and I go, aha, that's a good idea. Like your whole idea about setting up websites as a combination of a blog and a store envy store for free is freaking ingenious. That's a great idea, Jeff. I actually turned like 10 people onto that already.
That's cool.
I get some guy in Portland right now who's doing your idea.
That's awesome. Yeah. It was a good idea, and I got so
genius.
And I got so much shit when I did that, and I made my website that way. From
Oh,
all my
fuck
friends.
them!
You
They're
don't
just
have
haters.
A real website. Yeah.
Fuck them! They're all haters.
You're right. It's a free website. It's a store. I mean, just like you said, it's a good idea.
Oh,
it's an easy
it's
idea.
So smart. And it makes money. Who cares if people? I get a letter every day how much my website sucks, and I write back, it makes money. You're right. And it does suck. My website looks like it was made in 1982. I don't care. It answers every question in under a minute for a person who wants to buy from me, and that's all that it has to do. Can you make a buying decision going to my website in under a minute? And the answer is yes. So that's how I do it. It's like you go there and go, okay, what does he do? Oh, he does this. Okay, call him up. And boom. A lot of people have very confusing websites. You're not sure what the hell they do. Those people are killing themselves. They're shooting themselves in the foot. But what could you say? They'd never believe you if you told them.
No. And people are, that's especially with like artists. So many artists, they're scattered. I am too, but you know what I mean. A lot of them don't. I don't know. They don't have like any kind of plan to make money. So they're not making money. So.
Yeah, they don't even have a button on their website that says yes, I'll take money.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're totally confused why they never make money.
Yeah.
They don't have a mechanism.
Right.
I know a guy that has on his phone one of those apps where he can swipe a credit card off his phone.
Yeah.
And I'm not kidding you. I've seen him do transactions in nightclubs. He'll go, I got prints in my trunk. I'll be right back. He comes in, he scans the card off his iPhone, and he sells prints right there in the bar. That guy is my hero. And get this, he's in a wheelchair, and he does it. He's doing better than me, and he's in a damn wheelchair.
Yeah.
There's people who kill it.
There is, yeah.
There really is.
Yeah, and that thing, like the PayPal swipe thing and all that kind of stuff, I realize that too, going to cons. It's like, man, you just double your money right there if you can just take credit cards. Because, who's got the money for an original a lot of times at a con,
Oh, plus you can say, I'll draw your stuff next week. I'll take the money now.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That's the beautiful one. Well, she's almost done. She's looking good.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I try to do like 4 hours and move on.
It's a good system.
You got to get paid, Jeff.
Absolutely.
Nothing else really matters. I don't want to debate art. I don't want to discuss it. In fact, I'm not even emotionally attached to it. People call me up and ask for stuff. I did Ed Asner spanking Mary Tyler Moore last week.
Oh, man.
If I could draw that, I can draw anything with a straight face. I mean, I have no qualms about it. If you want me to draw it, I will literally draw it. I know people are very moral about their art, not me.
You kind of lose it. I've found that as I've gotten older. You know what I mean? You got the high ideals when you're younger, and then it's like, as you get older, you kind of, I don't know. Some of that stuff fades away, and you realize, I'm not going to be Michelangelo.
Yeah, that's right.
I just make a buck right now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I've sold a lot of I Dream of Jeannie stuff, too.
Really?
That's a great thing for me, yeah. The single best print I ever had, see, at the dawn of the internet, I did really well on eBay. 1 month on eBay, I made like 22 grand.
Wow.
On eBay. That's all over with. But I did a print of Wonder Woman half nude undressing in a phone book, and that thing, like 1 month, it did like $5,000 in prints.
Jeez.
Yep, that one idea.
Yeah.
And every day I wish I could have another idea like that, but so far not. But you know, I've had certain things I've done. I did a Rocketeer painting that sold really well. It went into a bidding war and it went up to like $3,200.
Wow.
I know. I've had some lucky stuff. I bought a James Bond poster at a flea market for 50 cents, and it went for like $700 on eBay.
Jeez.
I know.
Awesome. Mouth watering.
I know. eBay used to be eBay used to be the golden ticket, man.
Yeah.
You could go on there and make so much money.
I wish I would have got on back in the days, because I even had friends selling like crazy prices on eBay when I first heard about it, and I was just like, oh, that's them, that's not me. It was just so stupid. Should have jumped on that thing.
I know. I don't know what the next new thing is. I never know what's going to be next.
Right. Maybe Amazon. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I have a question. How do you guys make video without your computer being eaten alive from it? Doesn't your computer make temporary files that eventually overrun your computer when it does renders?
I do my videos on my iPhone.
Mr. Science.
I can actually show you, if my camera's going to get really weird in a second because I'm going to take it off of its mount. But I'm going to show you, I'm going to pull back now. This is my drawing table. Hang on, there we go.
Cool.
So that's my drawing table, and I've got a camera arm. Here, let me point it at it. I've got a little camera arm right there. Now normally this clamp, this is what my camera's been resting on, but normally I put my iPhone on there. And I use an app called iMotion. And what it does is I film time-lapse videos. My videos aren't in real time, but I just put my iPhone in there, and it saves a lot of file size by doing time-lapse videos. So I'll just sit down and I'll work for an hour or two, like an hour and a half, and just let it run and record. And when I'm done, it takes all the JPEGs and it assembles it into a video, and I record the audio separately afterwards, because my videos are real short. They're rarely longer than 5 minutes. So when I'm done, I just sit, do my my audio voiceover, and then drop it into iMovie and upload it to YouTube.
Okay, so you're working off your phone. Is anybody working off a computer to make video?
I am, and I'm actually really interested, like what you just said. What is this about temporary files?
See,
I do save all mine. I wipe them off at a certain point and stick all that on my hard drive, or my backup hard drive, but I don't know. Am I getting rid of these temporary files? What's going on there?
my C drive in a folder called Users Dan Adobe Temp Common. Okay, that's where it is.
Yeah.
It makes a copy of every single render of every video and every audio I touch in Adobe Premiere. I used to use Vegas like you did. Maybe Vegas doesn't do it. And it never deletes those files. So what it does is it overruns this hidden folder, and eventually, like, I had 200 gigs worth of video from 4 hours worth of video I made over the last month. And of course, your C drive, it overruns it. It can't compute, and it just dies.
Yeah.
So I've lost several C drives over this problem, but I don't know how to get it to stop making a damn copy of the renders, and so I kind of have to abandon video because, you know, anything could go wrong and I could lose my computer.
Yeah, that's spooky because I've had trouble with my computer lately. And I think Premiere does the same thing where I think it actually does it the same way as Vegas does, where it kind of like stores everything. I don't know, because I used to use Premiere.
I could show you on my computer, but anyway, it's very simple. In your C drive, there'll be all the program files, but you have to turn on See Hidden Folders.
Yeah.
So then keep hitting the file sizes, and you'll find eventually Adobe and the other apps will have a common folder under Users. And in this common folder was a folder called Adobe Premiere Renders. And it was 200 gigs of them. And I was just on the verge of my whole computer dying. If I'd opened up a Photoshop file, eaten it up. So I guess the phone is the answer, though. I got to move to a phone system because obviously none of the other people are having this problem. But, you know, if I had not, you know, literally just a few days ago cleared this out, I'd have killed my computer because I'm sitting there, you know, busy whistling along, rendering video, you know, not knowing that Meanwhile, Premiere is screwing me. It's building a copy in the background in a hidden secret folder. So anyway, I found it online. I found the information online, and there it was, just like they said. So I deleted all the hidden files, but of course they're temp files, and they should delete themselves, but they don't. And according to everything I read, this is the problem.
That's interesting. I'm going to totally check that out after I get off here.
Yeah, it could be writing. I didn't know it made a copy of every damn thing.
Yeah.
You know, I have found that that's true with a few different Adobe products, not so much with Photoshop, but I found with Illustrator sometimes just working when you save a file. Every once in a while you'll go in and you'll open that photo and the folder the file is in, you'll see 3 or 4 extra temp folders. And I haven't found it to be consistent across every computer I use because I find it mostly at my day job computer. It never seems to happen at home. And I've yet to figure out why, but just every once in a while when you're saving a file, there'll be a temp thing in there. Like when you're in the middle of saving, it creates a temp file, and like Dan said, it's supposed to delete it when it's done saving. But every once in a
That's
while,
supposed to be your scratch disk, quote unquote. And so why is it keeping a permanent record of your scratch disk? It doesn't make any sense.
The only thing I can think of is that maybe part of the auto-delete system only works when it has enough space already. And oddly enough, I think that the closer it gets to being full, the more the hard drive starts creating those temp files, which just makes the problem worse. So that's even more insane. So.
Yep, I agree. It's very scary. Anyway, I have not solved it, but I think moving to a phone like some of you more modern people would be the answer. I have a brick of a phone. My phone is like a brick.
Maybe there's other apps you can use. There might be other apps that possibly even freeware that you can use to record your videos that won't necessarily create those files.
It's the render part. I record using,
the render part.
Some kind of screen capture nonsense, but it's when I pull it in and render it and I do my audio underneath it, that's when it burns me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't know any of that.
That's a good point to bring up, that's for sure.
Well, you guys make a lot of video, and I wondered how you're all getting around it. You must be like geniuses, I figure, who are going and deleting all this crap every day out of your system and going, that's how I do it.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. I
have the problem.
Used Premiere in a long time. I'm just, like I said, Sony Vegas, so I don't know.
It's a great program.
Really wonder. Yeah, I love it. I think it's so cool.
Good program. When I moved to Windows 7, I didn't rebuy it.
Yeah.
I have the cloud now.
You're right. Oh, yeah, Adobe.
Yeah.
Well, what does everybody else use to render their movies?
I use Windows Movie Maker.
It's a good program.
I'm using Power Director 11. It's like a poor man's Sony Vegas.
Oh, cool. Power Director, is that what it was called?
Yeah. I mean, it works pretty good, but it's limited.
Yeah.
I'm on Mac, so I just drop it into iMovie. So just turn from my phone to iMovie, and that pretty much does it.
Yeah.
I love Macs. I wish I could afford one.
What do you guys use for a camera? I use that LifeCam. And I know Peter uses a webcam too, right?
Yeah. I don't even know what brand it is. I have to move it to look.
If it's LifeCam, is it creative? Is that the maker?
The LifeCam's like Microsoft.
Oh.
Yeah.
Using
I
cell
use
phone.
a cheap Logitech.
Logitech. Logitech's good though.
Yeah, I use the cheapest one they have.
Yeah, those Logitech webcams are pretty good. I used to have one of those. When I was messing around with like stop motion and stuff, it was a blast. Yeah.
I love stop motion. I wish it wasn't so
That's what my headset is.
I know it. I wish I had more time to fuck around with it, but
Weta is up here in Portland, Jeff. Those people that make, Norman, Paranorman, those other films, they're right here.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, I totally knew that. Yeah. Or no, wait, is it Weta Workshops or those guys they got another name though. What is it called?
I can't think of the name, but you know who I mean. Yeah, but they're here.
Yeah, they're totally there.
After every movie, they lay everybody off.
I thought
Yeah.
Greta was in New Zealand. Aren't they the Lord of the
Heard
Rings
that.
folks?
Yeah,
Right. I'm thinking of a different one, but it's the guys who make the stop motion. They've done 3 of them here.
Aardman.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of
No,
their name.
No,
No,
Aardman?
that's not it.
Paranorman and Coraline and those guys.
Yes. Yes.
Can't remember it.
I would love to build the miniature sets for a living. If I could do that for a living, I would do it.
Oh, I know
I think
it.
that is so cool. God, I love that.
Yeah,
I love model kits. I love puppetry.
totally. Totally.
Now you can see why I never got laid in school.
Dude, chicks these days go crazy for a good puppet.
Oh, it's funny.
Well, Peter, I think we broke the record, man.
Yeah. I think we could call it a night.
It's definitely been an interesting show, though.
Yeah, good. We had more than 10 people tonight.
I know it.
It's growing.
Good group of people. It's growing.
Lots of good info. I mean,
So-
3 times over, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch, Peter, in a couple of months, you're going to be like, wow, you're hosting a comic convention online every month.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. That was my dream.
Can I ask you a question, Peter?
Yeah.
You're doing a lot of projects at once. That's very difficult and ambitious. How come?
I mean, more than anything else, because I want to learn a lot more at one time and challenge myself. You know,
It's a
we
good
do one
answer.
project. That's everybody does one project, but
Yeah, he laughs at one project. Ah!
yeah, it's mostly to challenge myself, keep myself excited, and because I'm insane.
Well, you ink like a dream, man.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Wish I could ink half like you. Holy crap, am I jealous. What beautiful hands you have.
It's in his blood.
It's years in the making.
He's got that Indian ink flowing through him.
It's funny how some people can just do certain things, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know a guy that can juggle. You wouldn't believe it. You can't make a living at it, but it's cool to watch.
Yeah, at least we aren't all jugglers. At least artists, we got a chance.
You can actually drink a beer while juggling, Jeff. You
Wow.
take sips in between. So awesome to watch. It's one of those bar skills, you know?
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
All right, so we'll wrap it up. So Dan, what's your main website?
Oh, well, you can visit me at attackearth.com, and any comments or observations are always welcome. Thanks.
Cool.
AttackEarth.com?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
And Jeremy?
I am at OpticHouse.com.
Why did you go with Optic House?
It's a weird esoteric story that's not worth sharing, but it was just a weird name that was sort of an in-joke between myself and a friend of mine a long time ago, and you know that's kind of what it comes down to. It was before the day. It was long before people started using their names for their websites, and I do have jeremyburley.com, but I use that for my graphic design portfolio.
No, I always liked it, and it it stands out, and I just wondered for the first time where it came from.
I wish I had a cool story for it.
That's fine. And we have Jeff.
JeffLafferty.net. Thanks for coming, everybody.
That's
It's good to be here.
and Kenny.
MidnightHorizonComics.com. That's long-winded, but
And
that's what it is.
yeah. And I am humanartstudio.com one day. I'm still working on the site. the address exists. Yeah, and this was Artcasters Chat 7, the ultimate length. And thanks for everyone for watching. Like, comment, share. I'll see you again next week.